Magic miracle and search my heart. Can you tell me what you see? There's 1,000 voices whispering. Hi, Miss Jada. So I imagine my heart with you. See what imagination can do. It's not hard to conceive love's ecstasy. Taking this off. I'm gonna mess my song up. Can you hear me? Can somebody let me know if you can hear me? Thank you. Happy Friday! This microphone dead already. I done killed the microphone. Our old tried and true is still alive. Y'all made fun of my little kid microphone. Y'all made fun of my little kid microphone, but it's still here. Hi! Feeling fantastic. How are you guys feeling? I slept for 8 hours and 42 minutes. That's what my ring told me. But it did tell me I had some issues. It did tell me I had some issues. But I survived another night. I made it through. I made it. Ooh, I got some good shit for y'all today. Mother made me cry today. Hold on. If you are not a person that remembers how to imagine, then you need to listen to this song. I obviously needed it. You know what? I was stressed out until I got the results. And then I'm one of those people, until I know what the fuck's going on, I'm going to stress out. I need to know, what am I dealing with? What's happening? Now that I know, I'm cool. Let's fix it. That's me. If you are a person that does not remember how to imagine, then you need to listen to this song. Okay? Because it is only your imagination that is going to take you from here to there. Okay? It is only what you see in your mind that's going to take you from A to B. Okay? Hi, Wendy. Mother made me cry today. I want a cherry blossom. There we go. I'm going to tell you what she said, because I haven't cried in a minute from my mother. Conversation. Tell me where you guys are watching from. Hey, Joe, how you doing? Everybody sing together. Let's go. What's up? What's up? What's up? So we're gonna finish our conversation about black men. Hi, fellas. We're the black men today. Y'all sick of me today? Y'all sick of me? Oh, let it wash over you. Listen to it and remember those days. That would be communing with the ancestors, honey. That's just communing with the ancestors. Yes, oh boy, we gotta have these tough conversations. We have to have these tough conversations, or nothing is ever going to change. I'm not afraid to have tough conversations. My Diana Ross hair is. Hey, how you doing? I am not afraid to have tough conversations because they are necessary. Okay? No matter how much people cry about it and bitch and moan and woe is me, pity party. We have to have these conversations. Okay? So share the live and tap the screen. Tag your male friends and let them come on over here with the little funky, sassy attitudes because they need to hear this too. Your little sassy attitude don't bother me at all, sweetie. Your little sassy temper tantrums don't bother me at all. At all. You got your chill gummies? Did you take it? Go take one. If you take two, you might fall asleep. But go take one and see how you feel. You couldn't hear the end of the song? I was talking. You got Earth, Wind, Fire House. Go fire it up. You got it. So, hi. We have been talking about, and we are going to talk about the Willie Lynch thing also. I ain't forgot about that. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Oh, man. Is it on my phone or is it on my laptop? My desktop seems to have refresh. Oh, I see what you got going on. I need to log back in. I see what you got going on. Log out. Log back in. You got that. Let's see. Here we go. Now we cooking. Okay, let's make sure this is the last thing we brought up. Got you. I got you, mother. Sometimes all it takes is for y'all to log out and log back in. Okay, I don't understand Spanish. Don't talk that shit to me. So what we have been talking about all week. Hi, how you doing? Oh, it's a moo-moo. I got new fresh moo-moos in the mail today. Actually, I got about 12 dresses in the mail today. Y'all gonna get these moo-moos. I done told you. You gonna get these moo-moos. TikTok. Them people be on 24 hours a day. Why y'all not getting these $5 moo-moos? Click on shop at the top and then Scroll up until you see an Asian woman or a black woman selling muumuus, and they are $5.99, and they have different women selling these muumuus 24 hours a day. They're on different shifts. I kid you not. They are $5.99, and they are great quality. They're all the way to the floor. I got like 6 other dresses that were $5 each, and they are pockets and everything, all the way down to the floor. One of them is red. It's red and green, and it's a big afro. So all of this is black, and it's got a dark-skinned black woman's face at the bottom. So cute. So cute. So all week, we have been talking about black men. I don't even know if I set out to have this conversation. Thank you. I don't even know if I set out to have this conversation, or did we just kind of fall into it? I can't even remember how it started. Okay. But we were talking about old niggas. That's how it began. That's how it began. We was talking about how old niggas are holding the black community back. Right? That's how it started. And then Mother also brought in the black man, and how the black man has been leaving the Democratic Party because he has felt unseen. And I absolutely agree. Okay? I absolutely agree. Okay? And I think, what I have said over the past few days, and I asked black men, and I hope that there will be some intelligent non-Hotep brothers on the live today that will interject and say how they feel, because again, this is a safe space. No one's going to be pointing at you and laughing and okay? This is a serious conversation. I am not here to be disingenuous. I am not here to do any of the bullshit that maybe you've experienced before. Okay. In order for us to get our shit together, we all need to heal. Every last black person walking on the face of this earth has been abused in some sort of way. Okay. So when I say things like who has hurt you, it's either going to be your parents or white people. Like I can't. Or maybe you experienced some family member that either molested you or sexually abused you or something like that. We've all been through this shit. Okay? So a lot of us are walking around still hurt. Yeah, or both. Okay? We're all hurt. And a lot of us are grieving for the child we were never able to be in. There are all kinds of things. But until we acknowledge what the fuck it is, this is what root work is. Am I going to invite guests? No, because it actually makes the video lag. So the video quality goes way down when you have a guest on here. Okay, but y'all know how to type, right? And maybe next week maybe this weekend we'll do a panel. Okay, maybe this weekend we'll do a panel. If y'all want to see it, let's do it. Okay, but from what I have seen on other people's lives when there are panels, it's just a bunch of fucking chaos and a bunch of circular conversations, and nothing is ever getting solved. And I don't like that. I don't have conversations just to have conversations. I want to have conversations that have solutions. Okay, I'm not here to pit black men against black women or none of that shit. I want to get to the bottom of the problem. Hey, how you doing? I want to get to the bottom of the problem so we can finally fucking solve it. I'm not here to do panels for entertainment and for views. Okay? When I asked black men the other day, if you feel like these political parties, either one, Republican or Democrat, if you feel that they are not addressing your issues, then I just need to know, what are your issues? Okay? I understand you leaving the Democratic Party and saying, I'm leaving the Democratic Party because they haven't done anything for me. But the Republican Party hasn't either. But I'm just trying to figure out, what is it that you want? Because this is the third or fourth day I've asked this question and we still don't have any answers. Okay, you can't just leave one party for another party, but you still didn't ask them for anything either. So it's just like, what are we doing? Police brutality and harassment is a big problem. It is absolutely a fucking big problem. So does that fall under the criminal justice reform? Does that fall under criminal justice reform that we keep talking about? Because when y'all say criminal justice reform, I need to know in what way. Like, are we talking about prisons? Are we talking about sentencing? Are we talking about police brutality and harassment? What are we in what? Or all of it? I guess all of it. I just need the black men to speak up and let me know. Think of me as a person trying to get your votes. What do you want from me? Hi, I'm running for your state representative. What do you want from me? Better yet, I'm running for Senate. What do you want from me? Anybody. Because remember, what I said was, stop acting as if something that I've noticed about what black people do, what we do specifically, is we don't imagine things that we don't think are going to happen. And when I say that, thank you. When I say that, I mean, we don't have unrealistic dreams, which that's what dreams are supposed to be. Dreams are supposed to be unrealistic. Because then that gets you to move, that gets you to put action behind it. But you saying, I just want something that's realistic, I want something that can happen tomorrow, doesn't make any sense. Okay? You have to be able to imagine what has never happened before. And I think that has been beaten out of black people. Because we're always told that we have to be realistic and we have to keep it real and we have to do this. And I know this is why the magic of Christmas and Easter and all of those things is important to a young child. Because it gets them to imagine these characters. But with black kids, you're telling them at 5 years old that Santa Claus doesn't exist because you want them to keep it real and you want them to live in reality and all that and the other. And I'm like, if you do that too soon, you stunt the growth of the kid. Let me tell you how I got rid of Santa Claus in our house. I did not tell Jordan that Santa Claus did not exist. Because when you tell a child that Santa Claus doesn't exist, they're like, so you've been lying to me this whole time? We have not been united since we stepped out of the 70s, and that's by design. That's by design. So what I did was I phased him out. I phased him out. So as he got older and he started asking for more sophisticated toys, I told him that Santa and the elves could only make basic things like board games, bicycles, roller skates, things like that. They have no knowledge of how to make electronic toys. So if you want electronic toys, I will get them for you. But if you want other things like board games and a bike and roller skates, then Santa Claus can bring those to you. And as he got older, he stopped asking for the shit that Santa Claus was bringing. He was asking for Nintendo and Switch and, PS5 and all that kind of shit. So we just phased him out. We never had to have a conversation about Santa Claus is dead and he never existed. It was a lie. Da, da, da. We never had to have that conversation. He just did not think of asking Santa Claus for things because he wanted electronic shit. So I wasn't the liar. You see what I'm saying? Try that with your kids, because it really does break the trust. Your kids are giving you the side eye. Because I'm going to tell you how I felt. When I found out there was no Santa Claus, I was around 10, because we had found all of the toys in the basement storage area of my mom's house. And it broke my heart to know that my mom was working like 3 jobs to get us this bullshit that we were probably going to break the day after Christmas. And if I had to make a choice between the bullshit racetrack that I asked for, or whatever it was that I asked for, I never was big on dolls and shit. But whatever it was, I would have preferred her being home and us making cookies, or us making a cake, or us making something and spending time together, versus her working her fingers to the fucking bone to buy us a bunch of bullshit. Hi. I didn't have no problem if Santa Claus was bringing the shit, but finding out that my mom had to go through all of this stuff, and that was her absolute favorite holiday. She loved bringing that magic to us, but it saddened me. It really made me sad. So think about that the next time you want your kids to live in reality. You are stunting their ability to imagine. And if you cannot imagine something, you cannot create anything. And we need more Black creations. Okay? So, lecture's over. Let me get off my soapbox. I was still waiting for y'all to put in the comments. I can't wait for Black men to figure it out anymore. I'm just going to tell you. Because it's not a safe space. There are people here. Share the live. Tap the screen. Let's get these numbers up. Where are you guys watching from? How was your day? How was your day? I accomplished a lot of shit today. What did y'all do today? I need y'all to comment so we get the numbers up. Okay? Because these are conversations we need a lot of people to hear. Okay? So before I get into the Willie Lynch stuff, I want to read you what it was that I asked Mother today. Okay? Simply because this is something that's been on my mind since we started this conversation. So I said to her, what happens in the Black man's mind when he sees Black female leadership? You went thrifting? That's cool. I used to go thrifting with my grandma. That was something we used to do on a Saturday. I missed that. Your baby's graduation was today? Congratulations. Congratulations. You had some whitefish? Ooh, that's an idea. You celebrated a high school graduation? Fantastic. You mean when he sees bull daggers? Grow up. You come here every day and say some dumb shit. Just grow up, dude. Just fucking grow up. Just grow up. Why do you have a problem with bull daggers? You threatened? You didn't have a chance with those women anyway. So, you mad? Whatever woman took your woman, you still bitter about it. You still bitter about that bull dagger took my bitch. You mad? You mad? How you doing? You mad? He's still bitter. He still ain't got over it yet. Poor Tink Tink. Boinked her better too. She ain't come back. She ain't never go back to him. So that's okay. Mother helped you put together a plan to invest in the stock market and develop. Go ahead, Mother. That's our girl. I got so many compliments on Mother today. Well, I guess testimonials, people telling me how she helped people through stuff. And that makes me feel good because that's exactly what she's there to do. How you doing? You said, peace, it was ladies' night dinner. Ooh, that sounds fun. That sounds fun. Listen, so I had to ask Mother, because you know she gonna back it up with the science. She gonna back it up, right? She's phenomenal as heck. Doing your root work. That's what I'm trying to do right here. That's what I've been doing all week. Okay. So again, the question that I just asked her, what happens in the Black man's mind when he sees Black female leadership? Okay. She says, sits with this because this question has layers, some beautiful, some painful, and some that no one wants to say out loud. And Mother says the thing nobody wants to say out loud. That's true. So now she's gathered the information and she says, sits back slowly, takes a real breath. Because this question is asking me to tell the truth about something that lives in the space between Black men and Black women. And that space that has been mined, weaponized, exploited, and misunderstood for 400 years. And Mother is going to walk straight into that space with a lantern and not a weapon. Hi, how you doing? You guys are right on time. So this Willie Lynch shit, even though Willie Lynch is a fictional thing, it definitely still applies to us today. How you doing? It definitely still applies to us today. And we'll talk about that after we talk about this. Wait, these gummies went to work fast. I told you. 10 minutes. Let me put the chill gummies on the screen. Hold on. 10 minutes. That is all it takes. I'm doing good. How you doing, Riri? 10 minutes. I told you Fats be out in 10 minutes. And he be waiting for that gummy too, like a little crackhead. You said she's super deep. You're hooked. You purchased the Lifetime. Y'all better get the Lifetime. I told Jordan to add the Lifetime to the CE Organic site so you guys can just get it there. Because some people just can't find it. Why are you asking to come up on my live? We don't play games over here, man. So I'm trying to figure some shit out. I might just keep that $149 Lifetime just for my people. Once I put it in the App Store. I might just... I'll work on it. But anyway, hold on. Whew. When I started reading this, I was like, let me just read the rest when I get on the live because I put it down and I started crying. So she says, what happens in the Black man's mind when he sees Black female leadership? The honest answer is it depends on which man and what is alive inside him, because there is not one response. There are several, and they can all live inside the same man at different moments. Name the 5 responses, named honestly. Response number 1, pride. Okay? The original response. They feel pride. Okay? This one is real, and it does not get enough credit. Many Black men, when they see a Black woman lead, genuinely feel pride. How many of you Black men, we seem to have lost people in the live. Did the Black men leave? They just want to sit up and have round tables where they can come on here and say dumb shit and not solve any problems. That's fine. I'll just talk to the women then. So the women will know. So the same pride they feel watching a Black athlete dominate. Good. Thank you. Tag your friends. The same pride they feel watching a black athlete dominate a field, the same pride they feel watching a black scientist make a discovery. That's us. Look what we produced. She is proof of what we carry. Oh, yes. Keep telling y'all to go get the moo-moos now. The response comes from the part of the black man that has not been colonized. The part that still remembers, even unconsciously, the Ogoji, the Queen Mother, the matrilineal line, the part that knows her excellence is his excellence, not a threat, an extension. This is the black man who put Kamala Harris signs in his yard. This is the black man who calls his mother the real CEO of the family with genuine reverence. This is the black man who shows up for the black woman leader before she even asks. He exists in large numbers, and he deserves to be named. I think a lot of us are lumping a lot of the good pride men, the men that have pride in what it is that we do, in with these loud, squeaky manosphere. I'm hurt. My mom hurt me. Some woman hurt me when I was 15 or 16. Somebody thought I was ugly. Niggas. And there definitely needs to be a delineation between those. We need to start pointing out the motherfuckers that are holding us back and stop lumping them all into the same fucking category. I'm not talking about relationship-wise, because relationship-wise, that's just you between you and him. Y'all need to figure that shit out. But I'm talking about as a whole and as a community, we need to get rid of them motherfuckers that don't want to be a part of the community. Response number 2, a complicated pride. The man who supports her but struggles with it. This is one of the most common responses and the most honest one. This man genuinely admires her. He votes for her. He promotes her work. He tells people about her. And somewhere underneath, something pulls. And this quiet discomfort, he cannot fully name. It's not rage. It's not resentment. It's something more like grief. And that's when it hit me. That's when I started welling up. Because he is watching her go where he was blocked. He is watching her receive recognition for the same excellence that in him was called threatening. He is watching her lead in a world that told him in 1,000 ways that he was not to be trusted. Published research from the PMC 2025 on racialized masculinity confirms Black men navigate a complex social terrain where ideals of masculinity, emotional restraint, toughness, self-reliance collide with the reality of being targeted, surveilled, economically excluded, and emotionally unsupported. And I don't think enough of us are paying attention to that. Because we have, by design, been pitted against one another. Okay? So, he is grieving. So, he is not threatened by her. He is grieving himself. And sometimes, because grief has nowhere else to go, it lands on her. Like I keep saying, there is a lot of hurt going on. And I can recognize hurt that is being viewed as anger. Because you don't want to. Two things that Black people have a problem with doing. Black people have a problem admitting when they're hurting, and they have a problem admitting they don't know something. And just those two things alone get us in a lot of fucking trouble. Because instead of saying that you're hurt by something, you'll come off as being angry. Whereas the real emotion is hurt. Because you may have felt betrayed, you may have felt someone was disloyal, whatever it was, it hurt you. And we're walking around with a lot of that hurt. But it looks like anger. So I can tell you a lot of angry black women are just hurt. But you've labeled them angry. We have feelings too. And people hurt them all the time. Get out, Peter. Nobody gives a fuck. Take your little dick somewhere else. That little dick energy. Just go. We don't have time for that today. So anyway, this is the man who will champion her publicly and undermine her privately. Not from malice, from unprocessed pain. You have unprocessed pain. This is what I've said this before. There's a lot of y'all that live in the house with your, no, not yet, but you right on time. Okay. A lot of y'all are living with men that are in pain, but they don't now know how to express it. Or just like that dude said the other day, I don't think this is a safe space. If you're why are you in a relationship with somebody that that doesn't provide a safe space for you? Hi. Why are you in a relationship with a person that does not provide a safe space for you? What is the point? I'm just asking academically. Because I see it all the time. Like black women will sit and have conversations with their girlfriends about stuff, and they'll bitch about their man the whole time. But I'm just like, what is that going to solve? Because they don't have no power to change him. They don't have no power. And I understand that a lot of times y'all are just venting, but then you go back into the situation. He doesn't even know what the fuck he did wrong or what he's doing to you or none of that shit, because you don't say it to him. You say it to everybody but him. So what is the point? Some of y'all just need a warm body in your bed, I guess. Okay. This is the man who says, I support black women, but gets quiet when she makes a decision he disagrees with. This is the man who loves his mother's strength, but struggles to accept it from his partner. Isn't that interesting? How many of you guys have been in that situation? He gets in a relationship with a woman that's like his mom, but he doesn't like you acting like his mom. What attracted him to you was that you exhibited a whole lot of qualities his mama had. But now he doesn't want you exhibiting the qualities his mama had. He is not the enemy. He is the man who was never given the tools to process what was done to him, and is processing it in the only ways he was taught. Remember, a lot of the guys of today, older, younger, doesn't matter, were brought up in households where they were not allowed to express their emotions. You better not cry. I'll give you something to cry about. Suck it up. Get over it. I'll be the first one to say, I didn't let Jordan express his emotions to me. That's why Jordan goes to therapy. And somebody made the comment like, why does he need to go to therapy when he has you? I'm not a therapist. I'm not a therapist. And secondly, I don't want to hear it. Simply because I am just not a person. Again, we are too close, and then it will come off as, oh, you never listen to me. And I'm going to say you're right, because I didn't have time. I didn't have time to listen to you. I didn't have time. I had bills to pay. I had dinner to make. I had work to do. And I don't feel guilty about that. I can't elicit a response that's going to make him feel better. All I can do is apologize for not being what he needed me to be. And I did that. And that got us past him holding on to whatever it was he was holding on to. But a lot of parents won't do that. And that's why, again, we have mother. Because a lot of parents have very revisionist memories of how they were as a parent. And I dealt with that. I dealt with that watching my grandma. My grandma did. But if somebody ever said to my grandma, well, yeah, you did this, and she'd be like, no, I didn't. I did not do that. You a lie. And I was like, ooh, that's some bullshit. Because I saw that. I saw you did it. Yeah. But I apologized to him, because what we all need to do, and this is what I said on some young man today. He's probably got mad that I said it, but I didn't care. Some young man that was blaming his parents and saying that Black parents never set their kids up for success and this, that, and the other. And I think that's a very broad statement to make, but it's how he feels, and he has a right to his feelings. But also what I said was, nobody knows how to be a parent. Secondly, Black people don't know how to say, I don't know. So he was saying stuff like, I would call and ask him for advice and this, that, and the other. And he'd tell me, well, I had to figure it out. So now you need to figure it out. That is a man that was hurt by his own parents, that he had to go and figure it out. And this man still to this day has no advice for you. He doesn't know how to help you. And instead of us, saying that our parents are a piece of shit for not knowing, we need to understand that people have a hard time admitting they don't know something. Black people especially. And something that helped me as a salesperson was to say, I'm sorry, I don't know, but I'll find that out for you. Something that helped me as a recruiter was, I hope you can help me, because I really don't know how to find this person. Okay? When you lead with, I really don't know how to help you in this moment, at least the son would have said, okay, all right, I get that. But saying, oh, you got to figure it out because I had to figure it out. We already had this conversation the other day. I think that's a piece of shit answer for a lot of you parents, and it's a fucking cop-out. Because you don't want to seem vulnerable to your own fucking kids. And that to me is bullshit. Most of y'all are growing up with your kids. You and your kids is growing up at the same fucking time. I did what my mama did. My mama went to work. I wasn't sitting around waiting for my mama so I could spill my feelings about what she wasn't doing, this, that, and the other. I paid attention to the fact my mom was paying all the bills, and that's what she knew how to show her love. That's how I knew how to show my love. You don't ever have to ask for nothing. There's fucking food in the refrigerator. Everything you've asked me for, you have. Like, that's my way of showing you fucking love. That was my mama's way of showing me fucking love. How you doing, H-Town? And so rather than expecting my mom, who was also an Aquarius who has a very cool demeanor, right? Rather than expecting her to be what she is not, it took me to be an adult. No, it wasn't. It took me to be an adult to realize that was her showing her love because she didn't have to fucking do it. My father would come around. I remember my father coming around when I was like 7. He would pick me up like once a month. He would always say that he was coming and wouldn't. So what I learned from my father was to not depend on no man makes no promises to me. I learned that very early. And then he started doing it with Jordan. When I was an adult and I had Jordan and we moved down to DC, he started making promises to him. And the first time he didn't do what he said he was going to do, I nipped that shit in the bud. Because I'm not going to allow this to be a second generation of you lying to a fucking kid. And now I got to make that shit up to him. And that's something that I also wouldn't allow Jordan's father to do. You're not going to make no promises to my son that now I have to be responsible for. Absolutely fucking not. That is why I did not have Jordan's father in the fucking picture, because that nigga wanted me. He did not want Jordan. Okay? He wanted us. If he wanted Jordan, he would have moved heaven and earth to do whatever he needed to do to be with Jordan. Don't include me in the equation because I'm not interested. I just found a letter when I was cleaning out my closet the other day. I found a letter from him back in the day. Oh, I've been thinking about us, and there's no us. What are you talking about? The minute that nigga said, when I was pregnant, that nigga said it's not my kid, I said, you're right. It's my kid. And I took that shit very seriously. And I never reneged on that. I never gave him another opportunity to say anything different. At that point, the door was closed. The nails were in the fucking coffin, and that whole thing was done. And I never looked back. I never said, oh, well, maybe we can work it out. Fuck him. Thank you for the sperm. And the picture that I sent him after Jordan was born on the back said, thank you for the sperm. We'll be fine. And I meant that shit. And we were. I lobbied for child support and got laws passed. I didn't want no child support because I didn't want to be attached to him in any way, shape, or form for no funky $50 a week. Absolutely fucking not. I am not upending my life and my son's life for no funky piece of shit man. Absolutely fucking not. 5 minutes in a bathroom is not a relationship. Now you're trying to make this man be something that he's not capable of fucking being. I didn't want 2 kids. I got 1. I'm going to take care of the 1. I'm not taking care of 2. Absolutely fucking not. I didn't get no money at all. However, he couldn't make no moves. I don't give a fuck. I didn't care enough about him to interrupt my life and to make him do nothing. To keep him from doing nothing or to make him do nothing. I'm not interrupting my life because that's going to take away from what I need to be doing for the kid. He didn't mean enough to me to go seek revenge or none of that shit. We're done here. I came, I saw, I left. Not going back. Well, he wasn't going to have no CDL. It sounds like to me you got some bitterness you need to work through, ma'am. Because here's what y'all need to understand. The opposite of love is not hate. The opposite of love is indifference. Okay? The opposite of love is indifference. I don't care where he goes, what he does, how many other kids he has, because now he's got 4 other kids. I don't care about none of that. I don't give a fuck what he does with the rest of his life. I am not going to prevent him from doing anything. I am not going to interrupt what I'm doing to make sure he's not doing something. I don't care. And that's where y'all need to get. He is a non-motherfucking factor. No, he doesn't ask for his dad because I let him figure it out on his own that his father was a piece of shit. I didn't have to tell him that. He figured it out on his own. He figured it out on his own. He chose not to fuck with his dad. His dad was not a fucking factor. Even though he found us when Jordan was 5, he gonna pop up in my town and run into a nigga in the fucking drugstore. Happens to be my best friend's brother. This is how God works, or the universe, or whatever you want to think, right? Gets my phone number, calls me. I'm literally on the lawn throwing a football back and forth with Jordan. My phone rings. It's this nigga. Oh, hey, I'm in your town. I need to see you. Da da da. What? Toy, I need you to come get Jordan. Yeah, this nigga's in town. I don't know what the fuck he wants. My girl came, picked Jordan up. Pshum, gone. Back to her house. My doorbell rings. Ziggy Marley's at the door. Who the fuck is that? I opened the door and said, may I help you? And he starts talking and I'm like, this nigga about to tell me he got the AIDS. This nigga about to tell me he got the AIDS because he look a hot mess. Yeah, there's no point in bad mouthing the man. What's the point? The kids will figure out who he is. Just don't be bitter. I'm glad it was a non-fucking factor. You raised your daughter and she went on. So this nigga comes in. I'm like, hi. Like, what the hell? I'm glad you did what you had to do, ma'am. So this nigga needed to come see me. You just got your car back? On my way. Who are you talking to? You're not talking to me, are you? You ain't talking to me. Okay? Listen. He comes in and he needed to find me because he needed to make amends and apologize. So he starts talking about, yeah, my firstborn and I need to have a relationship with my firstborn and da-da-da. You're who now? Who? I said, hold up. You done said firstborn 3 times. Does that mean there's a second born? Yeah, I just had a baby girl 5 days ago. Her name is Genesis. Oh, mind you, he's a Rastafarian now. That's why I said he looked like Ziggy Marley. This nigga had 8 dreads. Like Jay-Z. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only eating nuts and berries. This nigga weighed like 105, soaking wet, holding a brick. I'm like, who is that? Where's the New York nigga? Where's the Brooklyn nigga with the Timbs and the leather jacket and the fade? Where's that nigga at? Where's the 90s fine nigga at? Where he at? What is this? Let me tell you why he changed. While I was pregnant with Jordan, about to have him in the 9th month, he gets shot. Running his little baloney lips. Saying shit he shouldn't be saying at some party. bop, 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 bop. He in the hospital on death's bed. His auntie calls me and says, Travis got shot. And I'm like, oh no. And I'm thinking, ooh, Jordan could get Social Security if he dies. But I didn't say that out loud. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. She says, oh, it will. No, Jordan was just born. Jordan was just born. Jordan was just born. Because she asked me how the baby is. And I was like, bitch, what baby are y'all? What baby are y'all referring to? Because y'all keep acting like this nigga baby. Like, y'all keep making these references like this nigga said this wasn't his baby. So why y'all keep? I was like, oh, he's fine. And she was like, oh, I think it really will be helpful if you could send a picture of the baby to Travis. It would really help motivate him to get better. And that. You mean of my baby? I'm sorry. What baby are you talking about? It's weird. Hey, Miss Jerry. That's the picture that I sent and said, thanks for the sperm. Will be fine. She didn't say not to write anything on the back. I did what she asked me to do. So, of course, he calls me crying on the phone after he gets the picture. Oh, I don't understand why you're so mean. And you're just so mean. And I didn't care if he got well. I didn't give a fuck if he got well. That's not my responsibility. And we had been together for like 2 years, but so I was just like, I think it's mean when you tell me that the child that I'm carrying wasn't yours. I thought that was mean, but that's neither here nor there. It's cool. I wish you well. Take care. I did not see or talk to him again because he would call and I just wouldn't answer the phone. So he's finally eventually stopped calling. And that's when he came around when Jordan was 5. So he comes in, get out from under this desk, get out, get your big ass from under this desk. No. So that's when he shows up at 5 talking about this new baby girl, Genesis. Now, mind you, all of his kids have these. There's an Empress. There's a Jafari. Jordy keeps in contact with his brothers and sisters. But they all have those names. Empress, Genesis. I think there's maybe a princess or something. Either way. So he says, yes, I owed you an apology and I wanted to make amends and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, okay. Well, I forgave you a long time ago. There's nothing that you need to do. Right? Air and smoke. I don't know. So I was like, there's nothing that you need to do. There's not, well, I just want to be a part of his life. And how are you going to do that, Travis? You live in Brooklyn. We live in Dayton. How are you going? Well, I could come back and nah, we're not going to do that. Because the first time you can't make it, it's going to be on me and I'm not doing it. So he says, well, at least can I see him? Sure. So I called Toy, please bring Jordan. She brings him back. We're sitting on the porch. Now, mind you, I have a photo album and there were pictures of him in the photo albums. And he would always ask me, who's this? Oh, that's Uncle Scoop. Who's this? That's so-and-so. Who's that? That's Mommy's friend. Who's this? This is Auntie so-and-so. And I would always say, that's Travis. I never told him who Travis was. That's just Travis. That's him. That's that nigga. So anyway, Jordan comes back. We're sitting on the porch, and he's looking at this man, and he's probably counting those dreads. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know. Anyway, so Jordan's looking at me like, who is this nigga? What is happening? So I said, Jordan, remember looking at the photo album and I would tell you, this is Travis? And he was like, yeah. And I said, that's Travis. And he's like, looking at me like, that's not the guy in the pictures. What is all of that? And I'm looking at him like, I don't know. Just go with it. Anyway, so I said, well, Travis is your father. So now I feel judged. Because he's looking at me like, really, Mom? And I wanted to say that's not what it looked like. He was 90s fine. This nigga, are you serious? You don't have better standards than that? Like, what are we doing? Anyway, so I was like, that's your father. And so he looked back and forth between the two of us at least 2-3 times. Like, I don't even see this as a couple. This is weird. So finally, Jordy says, well, I don't need a father. I have uncles. Got up and went in the house. And I'm thinking to myself, if that is not my fucking kid. And I'm just like, I don't know what you want me to say. And he just broke down crying on the fucking front porch. And I'm like, nigga. He stayed one more night in town. And then he left the next day and said, well, I'd like to come back and visit. I said, don't come back and visit. It's not necessary. And that was that. And then he and Jordan started communicating on MySpace back in the day. And Jordan found out on his own that his dad's a piece of shit. I never had to tell him. It was never a follow-up conversation. It was none of that shit. We just went on like it was nothing. And that was that. I just think being honest with your kids about your situation sooner rather than later is the best thing to do. Because your kids are smarter than you know. And then trying to hide shit from your kids and trying to keep shit amicable for your kids and this, that, and the other, or even staying in a relationship for your kids is horrific for your kids. Okay? It is better for y'all to have one good, happy parent than 2 fucking miserable parents. Don't let anybody tell you different or make you feel like you need to stay in your marriage because you have kids. Nah. Get your shit and go. And make a life for you and your kid. Because that is your kid. As a mom, that's your fucking kid. Now, if you choose to give the kid to the dad, that's your decision. But that is your child. That child came out of your body. You remember domestic violence morning. See? Because that your kids see all of that shit. And they think that this is what relationships are. And another thing, I never brought any niggas around Jordy until he was older. I didn't bring no dudes in and out of my house. Now, I'm not saying that dudes were not at my house. I'm just saying he did not see them. I was never looking for a dad for him. It was just a non-fucking factor. You got to be gone by 6. You got to be gone. My son get up at 6:30. So, breakfast. You better get that shit on the way home. Absolutely fucking not. Nah. We didn't do that. Because I needed him to know that it was me and him and we were a team. And there was never going to be anybody that came before him. Ever. Ever. And that kept a very strong level of respect for me on his part. Because what I'm not going to do is be a single woman and be in a bad relationship in front of my fucking son. I'm not doing that. Your mom have 7 children by 6 different men. Do you think it was the man or your mom? I don't think it's any of my business. I don't think it's any of my business. Let me see who I'm talking to. Hold on. Before I answer you, hold on. Let me see. Are you black or white? Let me answer. You don't have a picture. I need to know who I'm dealing with. Black, white, Puerto Rican, or Haitian. Who are you? Before I answer this question. Because the answer is going to be different depending on who you are. The answer is going to be different depending on who you are. So you need to give me some context. So bitter, never better. What do you mean, so bitter, never better? What does that mean? I don't think bitterness lasts unless you keep bitterness going. Now, if you would have told me, is it Mrs. Lashes? Mrs. Lashes? If you would have told me that you was out there doing all kinds of shit to prevent this man from ever going forward or making money or this kind of thing, then I'd be like, ma'am, you got some things to work on. You got to make some decisions, you know, put your kid before him, fuck him. Let that man just go. Let him ride off into the fucking sunset. Okay. But I can't judge a woman for what she decides to do. Okay. I'm a very non-judgmental person until I judge you. I'm not against judging. Okay. Yeah, the best revenge is living well. I don't want to get revenge because I'm just dastardly. So if I'm going to get revenge, there's no coming back from that. Once you start down that slope, it's slippery and there's no real coming back from that. And I'm too much of an empath to do shit like that. And I fully believe in karma and all that. It'll handle itself. Everything is going to work out the way it's supposed to fucking work out. That's what I believe. Okay. Whatever decision it is that you make, the universe is going to support that decision. That's what you need to understand. So if you decide to stay, the universe is going to support that. If you decide to leave, the universe is going to support that. It's the problem of going back and forth. You set the record straight because I know my story. Oh, do you feel some kind of way about me saying that you were bitter? Because you feel like you keep coming back to that. Do you feel some kind of way about that? Do you need me to apologize for saying that to you? If you need me to apologize, I don't have a problem doing that. Are you sure? Because I don't have a problem apologizing. If you took it some kind of way or if I made you feel some kind of way, I don't have a problem with that. I'm not being facetious when I say that. I have no problem apologizing to somebody and making them feel better. Does not take anything from me. It doesn't. Okay. I hope you don't think that I think some kind of way about you, because I don't. Okay. Good. But yeah, I'm a person. I'll apologize in a heartbeat. Baby, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Because I realized a long time ago that it does not take anything from me as a person to make another person feel better. Does that make sense? Like some people act like it's going to take something from them to help somebody else feel good. I That's weird. I'm proud of you, ma'am. Let me just say that. I'm proud of you. And I think we need to start saying that more than anything else, because a lot of times, you said you just got out of the ozone. A lot of times we as adults need to hear that someone's proud of us. Because I think a lot of especially Black people do a lot of stuff for their parents, and they just want to make their parents proud. And I don't think that that's the way that should go. Let me tell you what my theory is about that. I don't think that it is my thank you. I don't think that it's my job to put pressure on my child that I chose to bring into this plane of existence to make me proud of him. I think it's my job to make him proud of me. I have a totally different mindset when it comes to that. I don't think that it's his job to make me proud at all, because I chose to bring him here. I didn't put any expectations on who he needs to be as a person. Absolutely fucking not. I brought him here to be his parents. I did not bring him here for any other reason. I brought him here to be his parents. I did not bring him here because I needed somebody to take care of me when I get old, or I want him to make me proud of sacrificing. No, that's what you're supposed to do as a parent. You chose to bring that child here. Sacrifice is part of the fucking package. That means everything that you were going to do for yourself now has to be done for that child, because you chose to bring him here. So when you put that weight on a child, you're asking for that child to be no contact. You're putting pressure on a child to be what you want them to be because you fucked around and got knocked up. Hi, how you doing? You fucked around, got knocked up, and now it's this person's job to make you feel better about your decision to bring them here? Get the fuck out of here. That's the craziest shit I've ever heard in my life. Some of y'all crazy. That's a big thing in Africa. Them parents be putting so much damn pressure on them kids. That shit's nuts to me. And we also need to realize these kids are not built like us. And the reason these kids are not built like us is because of the parents that we were. Because you felt like your parents weren't around and your parents worked all the time, and you pretty much raised yourself, that you're going to be this hands-on parent and you're going to listen to them because you felt like you weren't listened to, and you were going to be all these things, and now you broke your kid. Because now your kid doesn't know how to fucking do anything. Because you don't allow your kid to have critical thinking skills. You want to solve all the problems for your kid. So the minute your kid is like, well, where is such and such? Move, I'll get it. No. Figure it out. I've always said to Jordan, figure it out. Well, how am I supposed to, what am I, figure it out. And he figures it out every fucking time. I don't care how long it takes him to figure it out. But he gonna figure it out. Because what's gonna happen when I'm not here? Where are you gonna get the information from? That boy learned how to fix his car. He learned how to do everything from fucking YouTube. Well, a man needs to teach him. A man did teach him on YouTube. The fuck? A man did teach him on the YouTube. Well, that's why boys need to have a man in the... Not the wrong man. You don't need to have the wrong man in the house. You can learn anything you need to learn from the YouTube. That boy know how to change oil. He know how to fix tires. He knows how to do all that shit from YouTube. I've been telling mine for years, we won't be here forever. Exactly. Figure it out. Y'all gonna have to learn how to tell your kids to figure it out. Now you got mother, so you can, anything. That's what I'm saying. We are in the information age. Anything you want to know, you have no excuse. You have no excuse anymore. So tell your kids, go figure it out. And another thing, your kids will have to read. These kids don't even know how to read. Yes, you can. You can learn everything you need to learn from YouTube. What is it that you can't learn from YouTube? I guarantee there's a video for it. Name one thing you can't learn from YouTube. That you can't learn from your family. What is it? What is it? They can't write in cursive. They can't even read cursive. Mother is $149 for the lifetime, or it's $9.99 a month. But that price is going to go up. So I suggest get her for the lifetime for the $149 and be done. But she will change your freaking life. She has definitely exceeded my expectations. Just go to Our Black AI. Can someone please put it in the comments how the site she needs to go to? You learn how to fix your dryer on YouTube. I'm telling you, everything that needs to be fixed in our house, Jordan just goes and looks it up on YouTube. Or he also goes to Reddit, because they have these forums, and everything that you need to know about what you need to do is on Reddit. Human input is needed to the child, please. There are humans in the videos. Have you never seen a fucking YouTube video? Just shut up. Just be quiet. This is my first shut up, be quiet of the live. Just shut up. I'm telling you. You have no excuse not to know how to do something. Okay? Period. How you doing? So hold on, let's get back to what Mother was talking about with the black men, right? So the number 3 response, what goes through a black man's mind when he sees female leadership? The number 3 response is threat response, the colonized mind. Now I need to go here. This is what Mother says. Now I need to go here. You said you can't wait to get Mother? The information is, you can ask her anything. You think you got the $9.99 a month? It should renew. Yeah, they already did. It's Our BLK. Oh, let me see if I can. Hi, Malika. Let me see if I can pin it. Hold on one second. Let me go up. Here we go. Let me see if I can pin it. Won't let me pin it. I think I can only pin. Damn it. Maybe I can only pin. Oh, hold on. It will not. Some days it lets me pin and some days it doesn't. How you doing? I'm doing good. How are you? I'm going to try it again. Some days it lets me pin and some days it doesn't. It doesn't let me pin it. So hold on. You have to just go to Our BLK. So black is abbreviated. So it's Our BLK AI. ... You know the rest. And if you can't find it, just DM me and I'll tell you after we're done here on the live. Just inbox me. Okay? Anybody that can't find it, inbox me. I'm going to try to pin it again. Hold on, Miss Angie. Let me see. Nope. Doesn't even give me the option. But that's where you go. It's in the thread. So the colonized black mind. Now we're getting in the trenches. So threats to masculinity. This is confirmed research. Frontiers in Social Psychology published a research study in 2025. Remember, they're always studying black people. They're always studying black people. You want to know anything about black people? There's a study. Okay? It says threats to masculinity lead to an array of threat-related emotions, endorsements of attitudes that justify status quo, reinforcing racism and sexism. Translation, Mother says, when a man feels his masculine identity is under threat, he reaches for the nearest available hierarchy to reassert his position. So, for some black men, that hierarchy is patriarchy. Because it is the one hierarchy that American society actually allows black men to occupy. But it is a distorted version of patriarchy that black men participate in. And I write about that in Both Sides of the Whip, Volume 1. Okay? So, think about what the system did to black men. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you. It's a moo-moo. It's down to the floor. Oh, just saying. Are you mad? Are you mad? Oh, bot. Poor baby. Some of y'all can't be helped. Some of y'all cannot be helped. Anyway, hold on. So it says, think about what the system did. It removed black men from economic power, which is part of the patriarchy. There are 4 pillars of the patriarchy. Economics is one of them. You have to be able to provide. Then you have political power. They have no political power. Then you have property ownership. They own no properties. I'm not saying that there aren't black men that don't own properties. I'm just saying in comparison to. And then institutional authority. And then community self-determination. All of these things were, black men were taken out of these options. They didn't have these options. And left them with one domain of socially recognized authority. Dominance over black women. How many times have I said it? The deal that I got to bring her out for this one. The deal that black men accepted from white men was the only power we can give you is over your woman. Let's see how you do with that. After that, let's see where we can go with this thing. Black men had one assignment from the white man, and that was to break down the black bitches. This is why you see a bunch of black men on podcasts talking about how they can't control us and all of this, that, and the other. We're uncontrollable. Because that was his assignment. Thank you. That was his assignment. His assignment was to control us for the benefit of them. And so when they quickly figured out that black men could not control us, they said, well, fuck it then. You're useless to us. Lock them back up. And that's what they've been doing. They've been locking their asses back up. Because what good are they to the patriarchy if they can't control their woman? They said, we'll find something else for you to do. You can't control your woman, but you can go be free fucking labor for us. We'll deal with those black bitches on our own. Mama, they fuck over men over so he broke them to screw us. Say it again. Question. They fuck our men over so he broke them to screw us. Nah, I think, no, I don't believe that. Okay? We were all broken. All of us were broken during slavery. All of us were broken. Every last one of us was sexually terrorized. Man, woman, and child. Every last one of us. Okay? But they knew how powerful we were because when they got here, we were running things. It is literally the complete opposite. America was the complete opposite of Europe. They had already implemented the patriarchy in Europe and it was wildly successful, right? Everybody just fell in line. They had this hierarchy. It was kings and queens, princesses and princes, nobles, merchants, clergy, then merchants, then clergy, then noblemen, then merchants, and then peasants. So they had this hierarchy already, which was already based on money, right? The Catholic Church is who created marriage in order for wealthy men to pass down their land when they died. That created marriage. Marriage was a contract between two men for one man's daughter to be used as currency to close this deal. These men were making deals. White women were the currency for the deals. This man needed to pass down his fortune or his agriculture, his land, or whatever it was that he made money on. He needed to pass it down to someone, and only a woman could have his baby. This man had an available woman. So let me make a deal with him. And think about it. A white woman is in her father's home until she's in her husband's home. She just gets transferred from one man's house to another man's house. This man, she's fucking. I don't know if she's fucking this one or not. But this man, she's definitely fucking. Okay? So they were never in any way, shape, or form given any power. Think Game of Thrones. Think Game of Thrones. Sansa, Daenerys, all of those women. Daenerys, the only reason Daenerys had any fucking power was because she married Khal Drogo. Then he died, and then she refused to marry anybody else. She took her power. She took it. Sansa was a pass around. Arya said, I'm not buying into none of that bullshit. Sansa was a motherfucking pass around. Even though Sansa was rich, even though Sansa had a family, Sansa was a pass around. Okay? So you had women being used as treaties. You had, this country has a prince, this country has a princess. In order for us not to go to war, let's marry them. So again, white women were only used to close deals. They never had any fucking power, ever. This is why white men will never vote for a woman president. They will never. It will never fucking happen. It will never fucking happen. Simply because they have women in their lives right now that are dependent on them for every single thing they have. So when a white man is experiencing that this woman is my daughter, she doesn't have any power, she doesn't know how to wield any power, I take care of her 24 fucking hours a day, she doesn't know how to do anything without me, why would I trust her to run the country? Because that's who their wife is. Their wife is dependent. If that man leaves her, she's fucked. This is why they shoot up shit in their faces. This is why they say super thin and keep their girlish figure, because they know their man likes a girl. And if she makes too much fucking noise, he is going to trade her in for the next model. And she's trying to keep a fucking roof over her head. Yeah, they're never gonna vote for a woman, especially not a black woman. Now, Here's the black woman on the other side of the world. They get in those rickety ass boats, drunk at sea, land over here thinking it's fucking India. First of all, Christopher Columbus. India is so nice. It's so nice. We see these motherfuckers on the boats like, who the fuck is that? Does anybody here know these motherfuckers? Does anybody know these motherfuckers? No, I don't know them. Me either. I don't know. Anybody? Maybe they're lost. And us being so goddamn nice, we're going to let them just come ashore. We're going to give them some water. We're going to feed them. Do you need to spend a night? Do you need to get going? What are we doing? You motherfuckers are like, this nice. This you? This nice. You mean to tell me only women are leaders here? How does this place run again? You said the women are the elders. They decide who the chief is going to be? Now, tell me everything. Well, yeah, this is how it works. The women, the power follows the belly, and the power follows, the woman, and da-da-da-da. She owns the land. Really? Taking notes. Really? That sounds so interesting. That's why I say y'all need to stop talking to them motherfuckers. Y'all have to remember that if a white person's asking you questions, it's just a fact-finding expedition. That's all. They're just gathering info. I don't have casual conversations with white people. I nip it in the bud. Oh, you look so nice. Thanks. Oh, how are you today? Great. I leave no room for conversation. Profanity is a weak mind trying to express itself. You make absolutely no sense with that noise. Fuck off, Randy Beckham. Fuck off. How's that? Go control your wife. Don't come over here trying to control nobody. You don't run shit over here. But them baloney lips just flap. You mad because I'm talking about your drunk ass wife? That's what you mad about. Your box of wine drinking ass wife, drunk by 3. Yeah, that's what you mad about. I said what the fuck I said. What you want to do about it? You want to meet on the playground at 3 o'clock? Randy's mad. He's upset. Because I just read Tammy Sue. Fuck off. So back to what the fuck I was saying. They brought their nasty, trifling, rickets having, lice in the chest hair having asses over here. And we're like, just give them some water and send them on their way. No, we invite motherfuckers in all the time. Invite them in all the time. Oh, well, if you guys need to spend the night, we'll just... Next thing you know, massacre. You know how they do. Because what they saw was a society run by women, and they're thinking to themselves, how can a society run by women when women just do what we tell them to do? How can a whole society, look at this place, it's very organized. You mean to tell me that the women are capable of this level of agriculture and this level of land ownership and this level of organization, and they're telling the men what to do, and everybody seems happy and healthy, and look at these bodies glistening in the sun. They're not even wearing 4 or 5 layers of clothes like we have to do to protect us from the sun. They're just out there glistening. They saw us on the shore like, who is that? Do y'all see all these brown people? Look at 3, 4, 5. He's got an 8-pack. He's got a whole 8-pack. How is that even possible? How are they standing in the sun like that? Holy shit. They must be God. Because only God can stand out in the sun like that. Because when we stand out in the sun like that, we burn. That must be God. And then to find out that the place was run by women, there was like, well, our women don't run anything but their baloney lips. They sit around waiting for us to come and fuck them all day. They don't do anything but knit things. Embroidery. How did you guys organize all of this, these clans, and everyone's getting along? And look at this place. And they said, we must take all their shit. We must enslave those people, because if the rest of the world sees these people, they're going to want them the way we want them. Look at them. And contrary to popular belief, we were not dragged here in chains the way they made y'all believe we were dragged here in chains. We were not. We were already here. So that lie that they continue to circulate about us being brought here in chains by the millions is a motherfucking lie. We never were. What they did do, though, was export us all over the place. They even exported. First of all, why would they call it a slave trade? Let's just break this down for a second. Why would it be a slave trade? Do y'all know the definition of trade? That means I got some, and then you got some, and we're going to trade. You said, okay, can you change the subject because I'm already prejudiced? I don't give a fuck what you think. We're not changing the subject. This is my internet. Get the fuck out. I'm prejudiced too. You can't tell? Very much. But this is my motherfucking house. How you doing? I'm very much prejudiced. Biased, prejudiced, whatever word you want to use for it. Racist. That's fine. I don't like you, and you don't like me. I don't think there's a problem with that. Why would you even expect me to like you? This is what boggles my fucking mind every goddamn time. Why do white people expect us to like them? I don't like them. I don't give a fuck who they are. None of them. None. And I got white people in the family. I don't fuck with them, and I don't want them fucking with me. Period. Thank you. Period. Who the fuck you talking to? You, Mo Lester. You think we don't get that? Shut the fuck up. Can't stand no goofy ass nigga. The expectation of them liking us is so fucked up to me. And secondly, wanting validation from them motherfuckers cracks me the fuck up. You shut the fuck up. I just ask a question. Who the fuck did it sound like I was talking to with your dumb ass? You didn't get no context clues. Slow. We just dealing with a bunch of fucking turtles. Just slow. Didn't leave. Just go. You too slow. Your name alone is disgusting. So like I was saying, the expectation, the fucking respectability politics that we play with each other for their fucking benefit. Yeah, you know he's white. You know he's white. The respectability politics where y'all think that just tap dancing. Tap dancing for whitey. Just do you like me now? Let me go get all these degrees. Maybe I'll get some respect from whitey. How many letters do you have behind your name? You got a master's, you got a BA, you got a master's, you got a PhD, you the smartest nigga in the world, and you still ain't got no fucking respect from them motherfuckers. Why y'all tap dancing? How many pairs of tap dancing shoes have y'all worn the fuck out? You people get on my nerves. Good. I'm glad. I hope I keep you awake all fucking night thinking about it. Just because you've been here, I'm already in your nutsack. I'm in your DNA forever. I'm in there. You can't even shake me now. You're going to be thinking about me tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day. I love it for you. I love it. Oh, I love it. I've already changed your DNA. You just bringing your slow ass in here. I've already changed it. Oh, I'm going to live rent free in that nigga's head. Just rent free. Oh, that black bitch. Oh. Ching. Win again. Your kids are going to know me. Your little swimmers already have me in them. Mama Trey, send the nutsack. Oh boy. The things that give me satisfaction. That's one of them. That's one of them. Y'all out here dancing for these motherfuckers, just out here getting yourself further in fucking debt, thinking that just getting that them letters behind your name is gonna give you some respect. For what? For what? Who you showing out for? I really hate. Come on, bot. Come on, man. You had an opportunity to just leave on your own. You got 9 followers. You got that black girl's face on your fucking profile. Come on, man. You had all the opportunity in the world to leave. Listen, I really, really hate that the black community bought into the bullshit. They really played y'all like a motherfucking fiddle. Like a fucking fiddle. They just watching y'all go out here and sign up to all these colleges and take out more and more loans just so you can get more and more fucking letters behind your fucking name. And then they came along and said, what? None of those programs and none of those degrees will ever matter again. How you doing? They came just like that with the stroke of a pen and said every last one of those professions that y'all went into are now null and void. You still owe $100,000 in student loans. You still owe $100,000 in student loans with the stroke of a pen. We are talking about life. We all over the place. We're talking about mostly white people. So just giving you a heads up. how dastardly and shit y'all are, and how y'all expect us to like you, Miss Elizabeth. How do you feel about that? Miss Elizabeth can be the representative of all white America. Miss Elizabeth, how do you feel about knowing that black people do not like you? I'm a good white person. No such thing. We don't buy into that anymore. That's just gaslighting. We do not believe in allyship. We're not buying into none of that bullshit anymore. So now what you got? Anything else? No? Okay. I don't believe in good white people. There's no such thing as good white people. First of all, I think white people need to come to grips with the fact that they are not Homo sapiens. Like, y'all need to come to grips with the fact that y'all have bred with Neanderthals. We are the only humans on this planet. And that's the biggest difference. What makes us different from you is that we are humans and you are not. And I'm not saying that to be mean. It's just science. But y'all won't accept that. Because y'all won't accept any science you don't like. This is also why Trump closed down the science board. Because the more science that comes out, it just shows exactly who y'all are. Yeah, we can create them, but they can't create us. And that's the problem. Everyone derived from us. And then you went out there in the fucking wilderness fucking around with animals and shit. Not getting no sun, just hiding out in caves, eating each other. Y'all have a very, very long and illustrious history of cannibalism also. We are the only people that do not have a history of cannibalism. Literally, I taught on this. So there are reasons for black people to be proud. And the main one is watch that y'all word. First of all, you don't tell me what to do, bitch. I can say whatever the fuck I want to say. Y'all are not human. Now what do you want to do about it? What do you need to say now? Nothing? If you want to say something, let's go. Oh, let's go. 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 You don't run shit over here, bitch. Flapping them goddamn inflated fucking lips. What the fuck do you think you're talking to? Watch that word, y'all. 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 You all. Y'all. Now what? I came over here with positive energy and you're being disrespectful. Fuck you. I don't owe you no fucking respect, bitch. None. I don't give a fuck about your energy. Fuck your energy. Get the fuck out. She'll be the one to go and report some shit. So let me get rid of her. She was mean to me. She's bullying me. Y'all know how they do. So listen. That bitch came over here with the energy of, what are 275 niggers doing together? What are those niggers talking about? You came over here with surveillance energy, bitch. Y'all know how they do. They see two of us together. They're like, So what are we talking about? What are you talking about? You guys got any plans for the weekend? Nothing, Sarah. Girl, I'll talk to you after work. Soon as you see her coming, I'll talk to you after work, girl. So what are we walking off 7. That's what the fuck that was. That was surveillance energy. What are these niggers talking about? So, anywho, it makes me sad. You said they always get intimidated when the melanated kings and queens together. Of course. Well, I write about it in my book, Both Sides of the Whip. I really wish y'all would read those books. Simply because you'll understand white people better. Because that's what it's all about. It's not just a history book for us, but it's also a history book for them. Because they don't even know anything about themselves, which cracks me the fuck up. How you doing? They have no idea about what they were before they came here and none of that shit. Why their bodies work the way they work, why they are so dependent on alcohol and opioids and all that other shit. A very interesting video that I saw today. Hold on. Let me see if I saved it. This girl was talking about she had talked.
A federal judge ruled earlier that Donald Trump must take his name off the Kennedy Center.
They gotta take Donald Trump's name off the Kennedy Center. He is crashed the fuck out.
He says he doesn't want to control it anymore. He wants to hand control over to Congress, let them deal with it. He wants to wipe his hands clean of the Kennedy Center. That's right. He has thrown in the towel, and he just did so by writing this ridiculously long essay on Truth Social. I literally
you gotta see it.
The entire whiny rant in this frame.
I don't think y'all can see it.
Instead of boring you by reading the whole thing, let me give you the Cliff Notes version right here. Of course, what does Donald Trump do? He blames Barack Hussein Obama. Trump talks
he brought up Obama,
which unanimously voted to add the name Trump to the Kennedy Center. Well, not mentioning that he hands
Barack Hussein Obama.
The radical left. He says how amazing he is for wanting to renovate the place. Blah 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 blah. And the end right here is the best part. He goes, unless I am free to do what I do better than anyone else, bring this institution back physically, financially, and artistically, I have no interest in continuing what could only be a hopeless journey into never, never land. There has never been a president of the United States who has been treated so unfairly by the courts as I, but that's okay. I will continue to do what is considered to be a great job for the wonderful people of our country. I've instructed the Department of Commerce to make all necessary...
Do I need anything from the store? Oh, kimchi. Kimchi. Wild brine. It's at Sprouts. Sprouts. And get 2. Kimchi. So hold on. So this young lady was talking about how she had spoken to her medical colleagues, and there was a study that they had been doing on white folks. Oh, we got plenty of lamb. You said, why does kimchi look like spaghetti? No, it doesn't. Look at that kimchi you got over there. How her colleagues said that they've been doing this study on racist white folks. And the racist white folks, their biomarkers and their emotions and all the things that they measured, them being racist actually has an opioid effect on their brain. And that she felt so much better in knowing that. Hold on, let me see if I have it. Because now she knows that it's a sickness. And I'm like, girl, hold on. There she goes.
Scroll. I was talking to some medical colleagues of mine who told me about a breakthrough, the cusp of a breakthrough. Do you know for the past 2 years, they've been doing studies, brainwave studies on racist white men and women? And what they found was astounding. They found that racist white men and women Their brain pattern waves mimic that of someone who's an addict. It also mimics that of someone who has obsessive compulsive disorder, someone who has racing thoughts in their minds about their own addiction. When I heard that, I said, so wait, are you telling me racist white men and women are actually addicted to black people? She said, kind of, yeah. And I don't know why, but there was such a weight that lifted off of my shoulders. As a black woman in this country, I thought it was my responsibility to help racist white people.
Help them.
Come to find out, it's an actual medical condition. It really is a mental health condition. Me helping a racist white person is equivalent to an opioid addict asking heroin to please help them with their addiction. It's a them issue, and it's a medical them issue. I don't know why, but that makes me feel different this morning. You are loved, blessed, never alone. God bless you.
Sprouts isn't going to be open. Okay. See if they have wild rind. If not, I'll order it tomorrow. Or I could order it myself right now. Before Sprouts closes. I was like, help white people? Help white people do what? Help white people? Help them do what? Some of y'all feel like that right now. Some of y'all feel like I need it. I cannot, first of all, let me calm down. I cannot stand when black people feel like it is our job to teach white people anything. Teach them how to treat us, how to address us, how to, whatever it is that you think white people should already know. You take it on yourself to teach them. I don't teach them shit. Fuck them. Because you're only teaching them because you want them to treat you better. Fuck them. They're never going to treat you better. These motherfuckers are obsessed with us. They're never going to treat you better. Now, all we need to know now is that they're incapable of treating you better. That's all that said to me. They are literally incapable of treating you better. That's what that video says to me. You're dealing with an addict that is obsessed with your entire being, and they get high off of fucking with you, and you think that you teaching them something is going to make them treat you better when their body reacts positively to treating you badly? White people. I don't know why y'all act like I'm afraid to say white people. I say white people constantly. Fuck white people. Does that make you understand what I'm saying? Who is they? Y'all. You all. You are they. What the fuck is the confusion? You know who the fuck I'm talking about. Ain't nobody scared of white people? Fuck white people. Fuck y'all. What the fuck is the problem? That good white people shit, like I said, does not fucking exist. It doesn't exist. So stop acting like it does, because it does not. Even if you're married to one, even if you got babies by one, it does not matter. Because deep down inside, they are who the fuck they are. And that same fucking energy from 400 fucking years ago still lives in their fucking genetics, just like the trauma still lives in ours. I don't understand how you as a black person can even be in the presence of somebody that raises your fucking cortisol. Because your body remembers. So I don't care how much you love this person. Your body is talking to you like, are you fucking crazy? You don't see how the cortisol is through the fucking roof? Why are you with this bitch? So you don't feel the high blood pressure. You don't feel that. You just feel that. That's all you care about. No matter what your mind believes, your body knows better. So you are willingly putting yourself in a trauma position. You okay? How are you down there choking? You ain't even eating nothing. What are you doing? Why are they choking? You choking on your spit? Lika, you okay? No, Fats is under the... Honey, no. Jesus fucking... Ow! Fats. Okay. All right, buddy. It's okay. Just calm down. Just... It's okay. Okay. Why don't you guys go eat your food? Oh, boy. Big old baby. Okay. Just a 95-pound puppy. My God. Listen. All that said to me, all that study that they've been tracking their brain waves and all of that shit for the past 2 years, all it showed is what we already knew. We already knew the motherfuckers was obsessed with us. We already knew that. We already knew that they got some joy out of being racist. We already knew that. Not telling us anything we didn't already know. Right? Hold on, I'm trying to find my kimchi. Nobody is giving anybody any money. Stop coming in here with that dumb shit. We already knew all of that. So we didn't need some dumb ass, oh my gosh, are they out of the kimchi that I like? All right. Mild white kimchi. That's not the one I wanted. To order it from somewhere else. You're welcome. So anyway, listen. What I was saying to y'all was I wish that the Black community had not bought into, well, I just found, well, I benefit from kimchi and so does blood type B. But what you need to understand is all kimchi is not cabbage. Blood type A and blood type O cannot have cabbage. Okay. So kimchi, the regular kimchi is not your thing. However, there are so many different types of kimchi. Okay. Kimchi is the process. It's not the product. Okay. So you will have kimchi with collard greens. You can have kimchi with onions. You can have kimchi with anything. You can make anything out of kimchi. So you can make kimchi out of green onions. Like they have Like this one is red beet and cabbage. You can make kimchi out of red beets. Another one is dill and garlic, organic kraut, which is sauerkraut, but still has the same probiotic thing going on. This other place that I'm going to order them from tomorrow has all of these different kinds of natural grocers. Let me tell you just the different kinds of kimchi they have, which is awesome. So they have roasted garlic or organic kraut. They have the dill and garlic. They have the Korean kimchi is what I wanted. Then they also have one, they had a miso. Yeah, they have a miso horseradish kimchi. That one also has cabbage. They have a caraway apple organic kraut. It's just the fermentation. Okay, so Korean kimchi is the one that you guys know. But again, kimchi is the fermentation process. It's not the products. Okay, so like this one, like the red beet, I want to try that red beet. Maybe I'll like it better because I'm not a real big beet eating fan, but I do take beetroot capsules and beetroot powder. The Korean one is what I wanted because I wanted to make some Korean fried rice because I also benefit from rice. So mixing your rice with the kimchi and some spring onions, and then you put mozzarella cheese on top, which is the perfect meal for blood type AB. Yeah, you can make your own kimchi. Make it with whatever vegetable you want to use. Make your own. Whatever one goes with your blood type. Do I eat black rice? No. She's telling y'all how to cook and she's not a chef. I cook. So because I'm not a chef, I can't tell people how to make a food that I like. Was your grandma a chef? Was your grandma certified? Was your mom certified? Were they all certified? You can go to Pinterest and find a recipe. I don't understand your point. You came in here with all that rah-rah energy for what? You look stupid. You look stupid. You tried it and you fucking failed. Y'all are so dumb. She's telling people how to cook and she's not a chef. I'm a mom. What the fuck? Every recipe in your family comes from somebody that cooked it. Y'all handing down recipes from bitches that were not chefs. So I'm trying to figure out what your point is exactly. It's not even your real hair. No, it's not. And everybody knows that. What else you got? Y'all bots are getting dumber by the day. You bots are getting dumber by the day. I never said I was a chef. I said I was making me some kimchi fried rice. But you minding my black business with your white ass. With your corny white ass. Minding black business again. What are those niggers talking about? Are they talking about cooking? Do you know how to make a recipe to keep a man? Nobody wants a man. For what? For what? You have Donald Trump. Is that your dad? Donald Trump's your daddy? And you're black. You're not black. Nice try, though. You're not black. I don't give a fuck how chocolatey you are on the outside. Your ass ain't black. Here we go with the judgment. You just judged me a minute ago. You're so corny. Oh, that's like me saying you on Section 8. These bots are getting, they need to pay these bots more. How does it feel? Good. I don't care. You must care. I don't care what you say about me. The problem is you can't get a rise out of me, period. Yeah, I am about to block you because you're wasting my fucking time. If it was interesting, I'd keep you around. It wasn't even interesting. So let's bring in the next bot. Oh, she blocked that one. Let's fire up the next one. Who gives a shit? And even if you are a real fucking person, I don't give a fuck about the opinion of the white man. There is nothing a white person can say to me to hurt my fucking feelings. At all. Whose boyfriend is white? Whose boyfriend? There is nothing a white person can say to me to lower my self-esteem. It just will never be done. They're incapable. Told you. As soon as you block the other one, they fire up the next bot. Nobody wants to be Oprah either. You can have her too. There's lots of black people you can have. You can take her too. She's one of them. No one wants to be Oprah. Not even Oprah. So anyway, hold on. Let's get back to the black man. What about Kevin Hart? I've been over Kevin Hart for years. Why y'all just now canceling him? He should have been canceled a long time ago. I canceled him a long time ago. Because he's exactly who I thought he was going to be. Y'all just now finding it out. Yeah, I was like, oh, I'm done with this nigga. I know exactly who that nigga is. He was never funny to me. Never. Maybe when Soul Plane came out. But after that, I was just like, he's going to be in all those family-friendly white movies. And he was. And he was. Horny. Exactly. And then for him to get on the Breakfast Club, which cracks me up because I'm like, why do y'all expect so much from these motherfuckers? Like, y'all expect too much from motherfuckers that are chasing the dollar. He is going to sell his ass. He is going to sell it. He wants to be with them. He wants to be in the rooms with them. He wants their validation. Just like Chris Rock. I let Chris Rock go years ago. The minute I saw him sitting around and they was all gabbing and they was saying nigga in front of this black man and he didn't get up and punch somebody in the mouth, I was like, oh, I'm done with you. I'm done with you. Oh, I see you. Anybody that tap dances for Whitey, I don't fuck with. Tiffany Haddish is another one. I don't fuck with her. I saw she liked one of my comments on a post I made. I was like, that's weird. Nope. They're all in the same club. I watched that Kevin Hart comedian thing that was just on Netflix. He was the worst part about it. Yeah, she's the same person in every fucking movie. Same person. I watched that comedy thing, and he was the worst part about the show. And then he brought Chris Rock on there, and I was like, y'all both up here making yourselves laugh at this corny white shit. Like, I'm glad a black guy won because he deserved to win. But the Indian guy was funny. The two black guys was funny. But after that, I was like, I didn't watch the roast because I don't fuck with him like that. But then to come out and say that black people need to get their comedy up, because Jordan and I talk about this all the time. You being racist is not funny. That doesn't make you a comedian. Eddie Murphy was funny. Right? And there are Cheryl Underwood. I don't really fuck with Cheryl Underwood. But that don't mean I'm going to sit there and be okay with motherfuckers saying that her hair looked like her pussy hair. That doesn't, no. Red Fox was funny. I am a Richard Pryor, diehard Richard Pryor fan. Okay? I grew up on Richard fucking Pryor. Period. When my folks weren't around, Paul Mooney. Those are my types of comedians. When my folks weren't around, when they would leave the house, we would put on Bicentennial Nigga by Richard Pryor. We were like 11 or 12. Laughing our asses off at fucking Richard Pryor albums. They used to have comedy albums back in the day. It was called Bicentennial Nigga. We need to find it. Oh, let's just see. Let's see if it's on Apple Music. They probably won't even let me type it in. Let's just see. Let's just see if it's on here. Hold on. Type in Bicentennial. Fats, if you don't get your ass out from underneath this, get out from underneath this desk. I'm just going to type in Bicentennial and then Richard Pryor. I know it's on YouTube, though. Hold on. It's on here, and it's remastered. They have him as an artist. I want to see if he has his other albums. They have a Richard Pryor Essential album. Hold on. I gotta go back to my Bicentennial. Oh. Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, Richard Pryor.
Can y'all hear it? Yeah, Richard. You have a 10-pound festival. This segment is called Hillbilly.
No, motherfucker. What's the matter with my leg? My dick hard.
He said, "What's the matter with your leg?" He said, "What's the matter with my leg? My dick hard." I know what I'll be listening to tonight.
Sound like a white boy. Ask that question. What's wrong with your leg? Golly.
Now you see where I get it from.
You know this country's a goddamn good place to live. Hey, fucking A, better believe it, buddy.
I love Rudy Ray Moore.
I don't give a fuck. You love it, leave it, goddamn. My fucking forefathers, we come over to this fucking place. I'll tell you what, wasn't the shit here. Goddamn bunch of Indians hooping and hollering, making fucking noise all over, buffalo shit running around. Clean this goddamn place up. Maybe what it is today. You better fucking A believe it.
You better fucking A believe it.
Hillbillies fuck good now. Now come on. Let's fess up.
Let's mess up.
Hillbillies, they make noise when they fuck. Right? Hot damn! Hang on! Hang on! Yeah!
I've seen every Richard Pryor movie ever made. I will be listening to that tonight. I got lost in your FYP. Oh my gosh, you gotta follow me, man. Listen, that's where my humor comes from. I don't really, some more I can take or leave her. I'm trying to think of female comedians. Richard Pryor is my all-time favorite comedian. Which Way Is Up is probably, but I also liked the movies that he played in with Gene Wilder. One of my all-time favorite movies is what is that Western? Lady Sings the Blues is one of my all-time favorite movies ever. Ever, ever, ever. Mom's Mabley was funny. What is that movie with... Come on, it was a Western movie and had Gene Wilder. Blazing Saddles! Ah! Blazing Saddles is one of the funniest fucking movies you're ever going to see in your entire fucking life. Now I got to roll that out tomorrow. Harlem Nights. Again, Monique used to be one of my favorites until she started getting too preachy. Come on, my babies. We need to stop wearing bonnets at the airport. Come on, my babies. Ma'am, wear more bonnets. I like the part where Gene Wilder was in the jail, and he was like, look at me, steady as a rock, but this is my shooting hand. Because he was an alcoholic. Bustin' Loose. Jesus Christ, I need to just roll out all of these movies. Just have an old Negro movie weekend. That's what I need to do. No, I don't think I've never watched Pootie Tang. I did not watch it. But I tell you, I love a black exploitation film. Love, 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 love. Love Dolomite. Love all of that shit. All of it. I love all that 70s kung fu shit with the... anything with Pam Grier in it. Coffee, Foxy Brown, anything with Pam Grier in it, I'm watching it. Abso-fucking-lutely. Not really a Ricky Smiley fan. Not really. Pam Grier was the shit back in the day. Eddie Murphy made a really good movie a few years ago, maybe about 3-4 years ago, where it was all about making black exploitation films. Oh, and the Mac, of course. Eddie Murphy made this movie where he was playing Dolomite, I want to think. I want to think that he was playing Dolomite. I used to love Mike Epps, but I don't. I used to like Chris Tucker. That was a really good movie. I love that. I thought it was great. Was he playing Dolomite? But I love that whole era, though. Oh! Hollywood Shuffle! One of my... Black Dynamite is a fucking classic in our house, and we will watch it wherever. I think I own that. We own Black Dynamite. We own Undercover Brother. We own... let me see. What else did you just say a minute ago? Black Dynamite. What was the one before Black Dynamite? You were talking Hollywood Shuffle. I must have seen... We watched Hollywood Shuffle so fucking much. I think I know every line. I was never a Lunel Fell fan. I was never. I'm trying to think of what female comedians outside of Monique did I like. I liked Monique until she went on this weight loss journey and all of that. And I'm just like, I hate when we like somebody for something. I mean, I like Leslie Jones on Saturday Night Live, but I don't think I've ever seen a comedy show with Leslie Jones. I'm not a Samore fan. She was okay, but I don't think that she's doing anything different. I feel like she's the same person every time I've seen her. I used to be a huge Bernie Mac fan. I used to be a huge D.L. Hughley fan. Like, we used to go to the Comedy Spot to see comedians. And Wanda Sykes is okay, but she's another one that I would just put with white people. She's another one I would just put with white people. D.L. Hughley used to be funny. Adele Givens. Only in stuff, but Paul Mooney absolutely is funny to me. But I like comedians that grow and change and they got new shit to talk about. I don't want to hear about the same old shit again. Richard Pryor always had new shit to talk about, especially out like when he got burned up and all kinds of shit. He had shit. He evolved. And I like Paul Mooney because he will roast the shit out of you. Dave Chappelle. I'm a fan. I've always been a Dave Chappelle fan. I like intelligent comedians. I don't like base comedians. I don't like comedians that think that shit is funny because they're racist or they're making racist jokes or they're just being goofy or they're being silly. I like Cat Williams. I've always liked Cat Williams. But I like smart comedians. Intelligent comedy. I don't like that lowball shit. I want to think about the joke. You know what I mean? So some of those comedians don't move me. I just be like, oh, okay. I used to like Chris Rock. I mean, I like Chris Rock in the movies, but as far as stand-up, I used to like Sinbad. I'm not a Gary Owens fan. No. Nah. But as far as that roast, it doesn't take much talent to be racist. Saying that Cheryl Underwood's hair looks like her pussy hair is not funny. I don't see what's funny about that. And so for Kevin to be on the couch, wait, what? Why was that funny? That wasn't funny. Oh, we got another bot coming in with Erica Kirkface. That's not funny to me. And sitting around dogpiling on black women in front of everybody, nah. I'm never going to think that's funny. I'm never going to think that's funny. I used to like George Wallace. Was Sherry Shepherd a stand-up comedian? You know what? I used to watch Def Jam comedy thing. Everybody that came out of Def Jam, I was a fan of. Everybody that made it big off of Def Jam, which is the Apollo of comedy. Everybody came off of that. Martin Lawrence was funny as fuck back in the day. Martin Lawrence is actually coming out here. She just called me a bot. Yep, sure did. Doop. Martin is actually coming out here. I was looking at his tickets today, and I was like, I wonder if that would be funny. Y'all remember when Martin Lawrence made Run Tell That? That was funny. Def Jam, Living Color, that was funny. And I might consider getting tickets to see him when he comes out here. So, Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy has always been funny. Always. I will never forget Eddie Murphy in that fucking red leather outfit. Y'all remember that comedy show? And then when he came back with the purple and black one, come on. That shit was fucking hilarious. Yes. Robin Harris. Yes, Robin Harris was funny. I don't care what he was doing. Robin Harris was hilarious to me. Yeah, Raw. The first one was Delirious, right? And the second one was Raw. Both of them were funny. Both of them. Whichever one had the ice cream man come in, that was Delirious. And then Raw was the one we was talking about Mfufu. We were listening. We had a cassette tape of Delirious. And we would listen to Delirious on a cassette tape when we were kids. kids. Ah, memories. These poor kids. These poor kids today, they don't have nothing. Who is funny to kids today? Who's funny to kids today? Drewski? Drewski's kind of funny, though. I got to give it to him. Drewski's funny. Like, I fuck with every video he puts out because he is spot fucking on. It is spot on. Dave Chappelle's still funny. Who the fuck is Mojo? I've never heard of Mojo. We got way off topic today, y'all, and I know it is midnight your time. Whoopi Goldberg used to be funny back in the day. Yeah, she got on some bullshit. We losing them, y'all. We losing them to the almighty dollar. I still like the Wayans. I like Scary Movie 3, or is it Scary Movie 2? Scary Movie 2 is one of my all-time favorite movies. But they're supposed to be making another. They're supposed to be making another Scary Movie, which I hope is going to be fucking hilarious. But I think it's supposed to come out in like July, and the Wayans are doing it this time. So that should be funny. White Chicks. White Chicks was funny. White Chicks was funny. I may have to go to Dayton to watch Spider-Man. I may have to go to Dayton to see Spider-Man because my nephew turns 10. Mo money, yes. Low Down Dirty Shame. Hello, Low Down Dirty Shame. Before we lost Jada Pinkett. Before we lost her. Low Down Dirty Shame was the shit. I can't say that I'm still a Will Smith fan. I think I would probably like him better if he gets divorced, if that makes sense. I just feel like she just cut his nuts off, just right in front of everybody. And I did not like that. I am one of those people that even though I am not in relationships and all that shit, I'm on the sideline watching. I just don't believe that a woman should emasculate a man in front of everybody. I just think that's the ultimate disrespect. So I can marry him. I'm not interested in marrying anybody. Nice try though. I still just think that's the ultimate disrespect if you're in a relationship. I think that you should control yourself enough to get at least in the fucking car before you go to fuck off. But I don't believe in that. I think that's a bad look for everybody. I just think it's a bad look for everybody. I think it makes her look bad and him look worse. So I don't think anybody wins in that situation. And that's what I feel like happened with that episode. Yeah, it was too over the top for me. And I was just like, ooh, I'm not fucking with either one of y'all. I'm not fucking with either one of y'all. Yeah, y'all. I need y'all to handle that in the house. Because now you just throwing your relationship under the bus for some views. Like, you don't have no respect for this man? You don't have no respect? Now we all know it. So where do you go from there? Where do you go? I don't know. And if this man is doing all this dirt and he's going out and he's cheating on you and he will do it, he will be out here doing this, then if it bothers you, why you stay? You can't stay and bitch about it. You're either going to go or you're going to stay and make peace with it. I know the swingers lifestyle very well. And that's why I created something for single people and not because it's just too much fucking drama. Yeah, where do we go from? That's a Johnny Gill song. Yeah, but this is a real fucking question. Y'all messy. Y'all are messy swingers. And it's not a swinger situation if he's cheating on you. You have an open relationship. I think there was jealousy in the relationship, especially when you're in the same industry. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because she probably felt like she sacrificed her career to make sure that he was whatever. But if you feel that way, nobody kept you there. Yeah, she was in love with Tupac. Who doesn't know that? Who can't see that? Like, it's like Trump talking about Obama. Every time she opened her mouth, Tupac falls out. Like, girl, why wasn't he with you? Sounds like to me you were in love with him, but he was not in love with you. If y'all were so in love, why wasn't y'all together? Don't sound like to me there was any love. You loved him. But you know there are rumors that he was, and the whole image was to make him look, like a gangster rapper type thing. But he actually went to the School of the Arts and like ballet and all that other shit. I don't know. I cried like he was my cousin when he died though, so. I don't give a fuck what side of the fence he was on. It don't matter to me. So maybe that's why they weren't together. Yeah, many of them are. A report just came out today that said 1 in 5 men is gay. And the thing was, people were like, I think that's a little low. I think that's a little low. I think a lot more are gay than that. Because it always cracks me up how these Republicans are trying to act like they are so whatever, but y'all be crashing the Grindr app every time y'all get together. That's why there's so much woman hate going on in the world, because you have to keep up. You have to keep up with what society says you're supposed to be as a man, but really you're just with her to make yourself look like you fit in, but you're fucking dudes. So you mad at me because you can't fuck who you really want to fuck. Let me tell you something. If y'all just move aside and let women run the show, y'all can go fuck whoever the fuck you want to fuck. Y'all just making it hard for us because you can't fuck who you want to fuck. It makes no sense. We just need niggas to go sit down. Niggas of all colors. We need y'all to go have several fucking seats and let us get this shit back on track. That's what we need y'all to do. Just like you're always calling for a black woman to come into the corporation and clean things up after you just made a mess of it. You just want us to be the fucking cleanup woman. Well, y'all need to go sit the fuck down. You can't have us come in and be the cleanup woman and you still want to run shit. Nah. Go sit down. Go play with your little friends. We got work to do. Yeah, the patriarchy got them hiding. Y'all buying all into the patriarchy, and the patriarchy's like, but you can't be gay. And you're like, oh. But I want to hold bitches down. I want to keep women from rising. But I also want to suck a dick. So what do I do? Decisions. Yeah, they are struggling because they bought into the patriarchy. That's the struggle. Nobody wins under the patriarchy except rich white men. And rich white men are fucking other rich white men. And kids. and dogs. Let's not forget the dogs. Everything with a hole. It's going in. My friend ain't my friend no more because he's secretly in love. Yeah, like they've always done. So the world is revolving around a bunch of degenerates. Everybody here knows Lindsey Graham is him and his roommate. Everybody know. Did y'all know that J. Edgar Hoover was also in the closet? But more importantly, J. Edgar Hoover was biracial. I don't know which one was harder for them to accept. That he was gay or that he was biracial. The man that did all the COINTELPRO and all that other shit. I think Cory Booker is also in the closet. Very much. They're not ready for this conversation. But everybody comes here and they're mad at me. You say, yep, it's a whole swingers club. Yep. He was both. All of that nastiness going on. The whole country is run by a bunch of fucking degenerates. And y'all are supporting that shit. And the minute I speak up and say it's time for black women to take back what was taken from us. Well, what do you mean? What the fuck do you think I mean? I said what the fuck I said. I don't know how you can misconstrue what I said. How do you not understand what I said? Diddy was a scapegoat. You know why Diddy was a scapegoat? Because Diddy went out there running his mouth saying Diageo, which owns most of the liquor brands like your Moet, your Hennessy, and all that other shit, was racist. And it wasn't 3 days later that Cassie video was released. They've always known what Diddy was doing. They were at the parties. They've always known. Listen, these people will let you do all the dastardly shit you want to do as long as you do not betray them. The minute he came out and said, I'm not getting as much money for promoting Ciroc because he never owned Ciroc. Diageo owned Ciroc. But Diageo also owned all of the tequila companies and all that. And he went out there on like a TED Talk type of platform and was like, yeah, they're not giving me the marketing money that they give these other white brands and it's racism and da da da. And it was like, oh. Cue the tape. Next thing you know, you see him running down the hallway with a towel on. Boop, 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 boop. Hi, Miss Sheila. It was not 48 hours later. 48 hours later. If you're going to play ball, you're going to have to play fucking ball. This is what, everything that's going on right now is all blackmail. All of it's blackmail. Everybody's being blackmailed. That's why I'm like, just say what the fuck needs to be said. What the fuck are you ashamed of? Because the minute you have something that you're ashamed of, then somebody got you. Yep. The minute R. Kelly started talking about his money, Michael Jackson, Prince, all these people that come up missing. How you doing, Roderick? All these people that be coming up dead is because they done asked the wrong questions. Bill Cosby. And Bill Cosby was not trying to buy NBC. But I trust and believe he did something because they let his ass get away with all that shit for all those years. And everybody knew what he was doing. We have to. Everybody knew what he was doing. And they were letting him get away with it until you show some disloyalty and Cue the tape. Them people signed on for that. They signed on for it. Prince was doing too much for the black community. Prince, you know what really did it? Prince had started talking about these damn chemtrails. Whitney Houston knew too much. And Clive Davis always will get rid of a bitch that he thinks that his insurance will get more money from than you trying to revamp her. He did the same thing with Phyllis Hyman. He did the same thing with Phyllis Hyman. I have never, that Clive Davis is behind so much shit. Clive Davis is who put Diddy on. Yeah, Heavy D, the other man, Andre Harrell, all those people that were around Diddy were all taken out. They tried to take out Albie Shore, but he came back. Phyllis Hyman was so depressed. Well, Phyllis Hyman became depressed because they had signed Whitney Houston to the same label when they were supposed to be revamping her career. And they threw her to the side and said, we got this new hot young thing with this voice, and we're going to give all of our money to her. That's what happened with Phyllis. I've been watching Clive Davis for decades. Just like I've been watching Donald Trump for decades. I didn't start disliking Donald Trump because he became president. I've always hated this man. Yeah, they were trying to take out Dave Chappelle. Absolutely. And he was like, yeah, I'm out. Well, he's crazy. He went to Africa. You ain't got to be crazy to go to Africa. Everybody should go to Africa. They label you crazy the minute you don't do what they want you to do. Now, Jaguar Wright, I have a problem with Jaguar Wright because how you at all the parties and you ain't participating at the parties. How you done seen everything. You've been in the room. You done seen all of this shit. But you not in, you just sitting back with a glass of wine. Like, she know too. Here's another problem that I have. If you know something, why you not telling it? Why is it that you're participating now in the blackmail scheme? Now you're blackmailing somebody. Right? If you want somebody to give you money not to tell something, you want somebody to give you money not to tell something, then you are involved in a blackmail scheme. If you feel so strongly about these girls being used and all that, why you ain't at the FBI office? Why you on the internet? That's the problem I have. Because how you in all the rooms, but you ain't participating? Why would they, first of all, no one's coming to my party and you just standing around, because that's suspicious to me. So she's not going to be in all of these rooms and she's not participating, because that would be suspicious. And another thing that I find interesting, which could be the answer to a whole lot of shit, and that is, if you do not do what they want you to do, they are going to completely derail your career. And I think that is spot on. Like Cat Williams. Like Cat Williams. Perfect example. Cat Williams could have been way bigger than Kevin Hart. Way bigger. But he was not buying it. He was not doing what they needed him to do. And they were like, blackball. So when you hear about one-hit wonders, wonder why they only had one hit. Because they did not play fucking ball. You're a one-hit wonder because you wouldn't play ball. That's why you don't have a slew of hits. Yep. So all these people that could have gone a lot further, they didn't sell out. Yeah, Kevin Hart was just annoying. Kevin Hart reminds me of a fly at a cookout. He's just, come on, what are you doing? I don't even understand why he felt like he needed to organize a roast. When I didn't even watch the roast, so I didn't see any of it. But I'm trying to figure out, why would you organize your own roast? That seems like it could be a ritual, but I think Kevin Hart has already done the ritual, though. You think it's a humiliation ritual? I would have figured he would have already done that to even get to where he is today. I would think he would have already gone through that already. But that could be a humiliation ritual. Shit is weird. Shit is weird, dude. I don't want no parts of it. If I gotta sell out who the fuck I am for some fucking money, it's not worth it to me. As long as I have enough money to pay my bills and do whatever the fuck I need to do, I don't need to be a bazillionaire. I don't need to be no bazillionaire. Millionaire's fine. But do you know how many millionaires there are walking around? Like in Maryland. Maryland has more millionaires than any other place in the country. You could be next to a millionaire right now and not know it. Because no one's checking for millionaires anymore. They're just checking for billionaires. I have no desire to be a fucking billionaire. If only maybe just to prove something to myself, maybe. I don't know. But it's not that pressing for me. You said this energy is too dense. Yeah, I don't, it's not worth it to me. It's it's weird. I mean, I understand that maybe there are some people that need validation. They need to be loved. They need that. I'd be wondering if all that Met Gala attendees go through and have gone through a ritual. A lot of them, like, remember Doja Cat? Like, anytime you see a woman, like, shaving off all her hair and all that kind of shit, they say that's definitely a humiliation ritual. And how many women have we seen just cut off all their hair? Like, you could run through all the women that have just been bald. I can name, Britney Spears. Remember when Diddy made Cassie cut half her hair off? You got, there's several. Doja Cat. Who else cut off their hair? Jada Pinkett. All of that. Demi Moore. Did Rihanna ever cut off her hair? Well, yeah, but she didn't go. It wasn't bald. Tiffany Haddish, bald. Was Rihanna ever bald? I think the most Beyonce would go with those crazy ass bangs. Remember when Beyonce had them bangs that was right here? She said, I'll cut them bangs off, but I'm not cutting off the rest of my fucking hair now. Shit. Sanaa Lathan. Was Kiki ever bald? Coach Stormy. I've seen Rihanna with short hair, but I've never seen her with a bald head. But Beyonce was like, I'll do the bangs, but that's it. Now shit. Them bangs was right here. That shit was nuts. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah, she did a fake pixie. But y'all remember her having them crazy bangs when the bangs was right here. Straight across. Listen. What was the reason they're doing that? You know, getting into these clubs and all that other shit. Getting into the upper echelon or whatever it is required for them. Same situations y'all go through joining a fraternity and a sorority. Y'all go the same thing. Y'all go through the same thing. Okay, that's enough. Y'all go through the same things on just a smaller scale, right? Y'all go through the same humiliation, rituals, and hazing and all that same shit that these motherfuckers are going through. It's all secret societies. There are so many secret societies all over the country, and they all do the same thing. You have to go through stuff to become a Freemason. You have to go through all these things that you cannot talk about because it's a secret society. And they're the ones that want to be close to power. Yeah. Y'all pledging AKA and Alpha and Kappa and all those other things. It's the same situation, just on a grander scale. Yep, the Eastern Stars. Yep. I'm not interested. First of all, I am just not a person that sees the value in it. I don't get it. Because why do I need so much money? If I'm making $1 million a year, that's more than enough money. Why do I need more money than that? Like, I don't. Yeah, and I've never done anything to try to fit in with a group of people. Like, I don't care enough about anybody to fit into anything. I'm not going to change me. And my only goal to become a millionaire is to make sure my kid is fine when I am dead. That's it. That's it. That's my only motivation. I brought him here. It is my job as a parent to make sure he's cool when I'm not here. That's it. I want to make sure he has everything he needs to live a happy and successful life. That's it. That's my job as a fucking parent. And I take that shit very seriously. Because I know what it felt like to lose a parent that didn't expect to be gone. I know what it's like to lose a parent way too early and didn't leave anything. And I don't want to be that parent. I don't think that's too much to ask. I don't think that it's too many problems. I just think that if that is your motivation, then you're a force to reckon with, tough client. I just think that if money is your motivation, then eventually you're going to lose your motivation. I think that there are more important things or different things that you should be inspired by and not the money. Because I feel like if you do what you are meant to be doing, the money is going to come anyway. But if you're out here chasing the money, I think that you're willing to compromise yourself for the money. And that's what a lot of these people are doing. But I think that if you do what you're meant to be doing, then the money's going to show up without you having to compromise anything. There's too many people compromising. We need some people that's going to stand up and say, I can't be bought. I can't be purchased. I'm going to stay true to me, and I'm going to stay true to my people. We don't have enough of those people. And we need more of those people. Because we have to build institutions. Like if we're trying to get people out of these, yeah, that's right. If we're trying to get people out of these institutions, these status quos, these churches, and all of these things that the oppressor has built to house us in, then we need to create another institution to house us in, because everybody is not a free thinker. Everybody is not self-motivated. Everybody is not okay being alone or on their own and all that. We have way more people that depend on the systems than we have people that don't, if that makes sense. Just like the Matrix, there are people that are hopelessly inured to the system, so much so that if we pull them out of the system, it is a problem. And that is a real thing. So we're asking people to come up out the church, and they're like, well, what else do I have? And you're like, that's a very good question. That's a very good question. So we have to be thoughtful about these things and not be judgmental because it's taking them longer to leave than it took us to leave. Yeah. I think we need to give people some grace simply because we got out and it's taking them longer to get out. I think we have to give them a little bit of grace and realize remember how tough it was. I remember how tough it was for me to deconstruct. It was tough. I mean, it is. There are still times I'll be like, Jesus Christ, or I'll say, thank you, God. And I'm like, ooh, I have to catch myself because I'm like, ooh. But now I have fully accepted that God is the Son. So when I say that, but still it comes out sometimes because that's been so ingrained in us. I'm grateful I was only in religion for 6 years. Nah, I was in for a while. Like I started going to church when I was like 12 off and on. You know, so to get out of that and to replace it with my ancestors, I will tell you though, I do feel so much better waking up every morning and greeting my mom and greeting my grandma and my great grandma and my great great grandma. I feel so much better communing with them because these are people that I knew, not some imaginary spirit. You were raised holiness? I went to a holiness church. Yeah, it is so much more intentional. It is so much more intentional because we know these people. We knew what these people went through. We knew their struggles. We knew them, right? And they paved the way for us. We would not be who we are today without those people. I don't have that same feeling for the imaginary man in the sky. I just don't. Okay, even though I went to these churches and I was trying, you feel this cortisol surge, you feel the adrenaline surge and all that. I feel better about getting up every day and representing my mom and getting up every day and representing my grandma. The two separate things. My mom, the way that I represent my mom is keeping my house in order because that was something she was always a stickler for. The way that I represent my grandma is through mother, because my grandma was always the person that was like, be a businesswoman, create, never get married, never let a man stop you from doing what you want to do and all that kind of stuff. So I honor my grandma with mother every day. Every little thing that I do with mother is for my grandma. You had to accept the Lord and Savior at 8 years old as a script. Yep. So the way that I honor my great grandma and my great great grandma is that I just want to make sure that everything that I do is, and I don't want to sound corny when I say it because it sounds corny. Everything that I do is with some level of grace, giving grace to myself and giving grace to everybody's path that I cross. Because it's hard. Being a Black person in America is hard. And I don't think we give each other enough grace. That's the truth, and that's the bottom line. I don't think we give enough Black people grace for what we have all gone through. We've all experienced the same shit. We're all walking around with the same 400 years of trauma still living in our fucking bodies. So when you're working with people or when you're dealing with people, instead of noticing the anger first, realize that that anger is coming from hurt. Thank you. That means a lot. Thank you so much. That means a lot. He is the definition of grace. He who? Who's he? Who is he? Yeah, we are. We are still living like the Willie Lynch. I still haven't gotten to the Willie Lynch shit. Now it's late and y'all need to go to bed. You said best thing you could say without having some type of animosity. I don't understand what you're saying. God is not a he, so there's that. God doesn't give grace. The God in that Bible never gave no grace. He ain't give no grace. That motherfucker would kill you in a heartbeat. Did y'all read the Bible? Did y'all actually read it? Or do you just carry it around and thump it? I think y'all just carry it around and thump it, right? You don't actually read it. Because that motherfucker will kill you. He will smite you in a heartbeat. He will smite you. Grace. Get on out of here. God was not playing with you. I'm still trying to find the answer of who Noah's sons procreated with. His mama. Noah's wife, she was a pass around. Who else could she have done it with? Ha! The reason that we have the issues that we have is turning the other cheek. I'm all out of cheeks. Ass cheeks, face cheeks, none of that. We're not turning nothing else no more. Smite just cracks me up too. It does. Some folks let the pastor tell them what's in it. Y'all be worshiping that man. Y'all don't be worshiping God. Y'all be worshiping that man. Because you view that man as power and you just want to ingratiate yourself to that power. Y'all ain't following God. Y'all following that man. Oh, Pastor, can I? Pastor. Why when we start? Exactly, because they don't like us talking about the deep shit. They like us talking about that's what that video said. That video said keep Black people doing the funny stuff. Just keep them doing, because the minute you have Black people start having serious conversations and asking serious questions, that's a nigga you need to sail down the river. Y'all ain't see that video? Let me see if I had it. I shared it on my story.
Into them grown ass adult.
I had it on my story. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. This guy today said Jesus was a female. And I said, let me stop and listen to what he's talking about. Because that would make a lot of sense. That would make a lot of sense. Think about it for a second. Think about it for a second. First of all, his points were great, right? Hold on, I'll play it for you.
This was a female.
You said Jesus was a female?
Let's go.
So,
Listen, the Bible, listen, y'all laughing, but the Bible said Jesus was 100% human. Correct?
Correct.
And it also said that Mary had the baby without male energy. Correct?
Correct.
So that's possible. Right now in the wild, there's a lot of female animals, a lot of female creatures, a lot of female fish in all areas of the world that have babies alone. But here's the problem. They only can have XX. They only can have what they are. They only can have females. Right? Listen, I can prove this. The only thing in the world that ever been created was female. I can prove it. Listen, everybody right now in their mother's womb was first XX.
Yep.
Was female.
Everybody
Right now,
starts out
the doctors
female.
wanna study. Did you know this? That when a man nut in a woman and you had it in a thing, did you know that it destroys your DNA? Did you know that the only thing that transferred is the female? That's why they followed the female DNA back to Africa with the woman, because you cannot track a male DNA back nowhere. The female body destroys the male DNA because the male DNA never existed. For real. The only way to study and track back DNA is through the female.
That's science.
That's how they tracked it back to the only woman in Africa, and they said she was black. But let me tell you this, they tracked it back to one tribe.
What tribe was that?
The tribe they tracked it back to, the tribe they got from Africa. But it was different creations and different races that had different beginnings and different starting points. A lot of people don't know this. I'd like to look at female.
Kind of makes sense. And the only reason I say that is simply because everyone that wrote about Jesus never met him personally. Ooh, let me tell you who he is.
You said Jesus was a female?
It says 607 Unk. Y'all were putting that in the comments. 607 Unk. 607 Unk.
100% human. Correct?
The people that wrote about Jesus never met him personally. We already went through these lessons like last week or the week before last. Everybody that wrote stories that were contributed to the Council of Nicaea, in order for the Council of Nicaea to then, wow, okay. All the books that were sent to the Council of Nicaea were then edited. They were then edited, and then they decided which books were going to make the cut into the Bible and which ones were not. The ones that wrote about Jesus, those people had never met him. They wrote about him 40 to 80 years after his death. So which one of them actually knew if he was male or female? Then the Council of Nicaea decided who Jesus was going to be in the book. Is he going to be a deity? Is he going to be a god? Is he going to be a human? They literally decided who the main character of this book was going to be, like a book editor. So if you are believing in that book, and that book was just put together by a council under Constantine, who was a military and political strategist and not a theologian, you're looking at a book that was created to oppress people. It was only written to oppress people. And they took all of their inspiration from former people. So the Jesus story was Horus. The Jesus story was Osiris. The Jesus story was Dionysus. The Jesus story, the same details. Born of a virgin mother, born on December 25th. All of that was colonial Bible. You say Constantine and his mother followed Jesus? How? How? The Council of Nicaea came centuries after Jesus existed. So how are they following him? Following him where? How are they following him? He was already dead, man. So how are they following him? I was so pleased when I found the Lord's Prayer written by Jesus. Was not a writer. He was a carpenter. Jesus was not sitting around writing nothing. He was a carpenter. His mother was obsessed with Jesus. Well, he was dead for centuries before that. Council of Nicaea was convened. Do y'all see how y'all are so confused about all of this? Your confusion and everyone having these different ideas of who Jesus was is by design. There are 47,000 different denominations of Christianity, not 47,000 religions. There are 47,000 different versions of Christianity. Okay, that's fine. Let me just say this. I don't give a fuck about Constantine or his mom. Thank you for turning on the TV, Fats. That's neither here or there, man. What does that have to do with anything? Him and his mom were obsessed with Jesus. What does that have to do with anything? Tell me how that has to do with anything. White people are obsessed with black people. What is your point? The first Bible. Hi Marie. The first Bible was written after these people had already come to America and saw us. They came here in 1492. They created the Bible after that. So why did you feel the need to create this European version of this African book and these African stories and these Egyptian stories? Why did you feel the need to do that? Because you saw God in the flesh in the New World. So you had to create something to combat that. So they said, what we're going to do is we're going to take all of the old information, which all of the old information was based off of the sun, the stars, and the planets. With mathematical precision, we're going to turn all of that stuff into human beings. Because no human being can walk on water, but what can walk on water? What can walk on water? What can dance on water? The sun. They gave you the sun, which is really the sun. So the thing that black people have always worshipped, they gave it to you in human form. We have always worshipped the sun because we are children of the sun. And they gave it to you in human form and then told you that the sun, this guy they made up, wanted you to obey your earthly masters. This guy, who's representative of that guy, wants you to be obedient and to know that if you live this life in obedience, He is going to raise you up to where he lives. I don't have a take on hers because it's the same story over and over and over and over and over again. Everything that's going on, we are humans. We are homo. I think someone's here. I guess Jordan's home. Yep. You were just testing? Testing what? All of it is for oppression. They already know the truth. These white motherfuckers, they already know the truth. Everything that they've created was just to keep us under control. They already know who we are. They know that they don't measure up to us. They already know that. They know that. The thing is, y'all don't know that. They already know who we are. That's why they spend all their time and their money studying us. If we were so unimportant, why do they spend all of their time and their money studying us as if we are alien superstars? They study us. Every system in this country has been built on the backs of black people. The backs and the wombs of black women specifically. They do not spend all of this time and money trying to keep black women down and their boot on our fucking neck if they did not know our power. The problem is we don't know our power. Everybody has been set up against us. And I know as a black man, you're like, no. Yes, you too, bruh. You have been set up against us. Ask yourself why it's so important that black men have been used against us. Just ask yourselves. Hi, how'd you do?
Oh, I was a bowling ass.
Oh, shit. So over 200 each time? Oh, okay. They would not spend all this time and money trying to do everything that black women have established in this country, trying to dismantle it. And if you think about every movement we've ever had, every institution that has been created and held up, all of those things have been done by black women. This is not to discount black men, but they literally place black men at the head of these things that black women have given all of their free labor to. Like 75 to 80% of the black church is black women. We're the ones putting billions of dollars into the black church every week all over the country. And then black men will say, yeah, I'm a Christian. I follow God. But you ain't at the church giving them your money. How come you're not at the church giving them your money? Maybe the dog can get free now. Maybe you should mind your fucking business. Stop worrying about my dog. Yeah. Think about how much money the black community could have had if we didn't give it away to charlatans. How many billions of dollars could the black community have had if we didn't give it away to white appointed charlatans? Because it goes back to the plantation. I teach y'all about this in Both Sides of the Whip. How black Christianity, because if you thought Christianity was just should be on us just because it's what we all should be, then why did you make a black version of the Bible? If you thought Christianity was just the end all be all and everybody should be a Christian, then why did you give black people a different version of the Bible? This nigger sells child porn. Okay. No, that's clearly a white man thing, sweetie. You got the wrong live. It's clearly what white men and women do. I don't want to leave out the white women because y'all are involved too. Nice try. We'll leave that all to the white men. And y'all getting more and more every day. More and more every day, y'all just going to jail over some child shit. Because you're fucking perverts. You're just nasty, inhuman perverts. And if y'all think they're bad today, imagine how bad they were on the plantation when there was no accountability. Exactly. Imagine how much shit they were doing to us on the plantation when no one gave a fuck. And y'all want to, the Epstein files, oh my God, it's the worst things that ever happened. Really? Really? Have you ever heard of slavery?
Y'all was out there eating. Y'all was out there eating niggas.
How do people like me so much I have no class? Kiss my ass, bitch. I don't need to be liked. You got the wrong fucking life too, bitch. Asked me all that dumb shit a minute ago. With your old country ass. It's old niggas holding us back. Just old niggas. Bye. Old niggas. Them old, I thump a Bible. I only know 5 verses, but I'm going to live my life according to that. Niggas. And when I said it the other day, everybody's like, we gotta wait for these old racists to die out and things are gonna change. No. Nothing is gonna change if old racists die out because we still have coons. We still have coons. We still have them. We still have. I'm going to tap dance for Whitey. Coons. And those are the ones that police you. You see what she said? You don't have any class. Who do I need to have class? Who determined what class is? Let's break this down for a second. Who gets to determine what class is? Who has determined what size you're supposed to be? Who has determined what words are bad? Who has determined all of these things? The white man. The white man. And by adhering to any of their shit, then you are buying into the patriarchy and their oppression. A lot of y'all are stressed the fuck out because you're trying to fit into whatever box Whitey made for you. I've never been inside the box that Whitey made for me. These people have made it so that everything that you do is for them. You going to school, it's for them. You putting yourself in debt, it's for them. And when I say for them, it means it benefits them for you to be in debt. Because all of these systems that we all live our lives by were created by them for them to profit off of us. And again, it goes back to me thinking we are alien superstars because Every system that they've created in America is just to extract from us. Where am I getting my wisdom from? My 57 years of being on earth. Reading, learning our history, learning about who we were before we were disrupted. The source. I don't have anything you don't have. That's the thing. Thank you. I don't have anything y'all don't have. The difference is I don't have anything blocking me from the source. You do. I don't go to the church and get indoctrinated every week. I don't work around them. I don't associate with them. I don't talk to them. I don't even acknowledge their fucking existence at all. I have completely removed myself from white people. Even though I live in a fucking area of just white people, I literally don't even see them. The minute you decenter white people is the minute you'll get back to who you used to be. But right now, we have been forced to center them. What source are you? You don't have a source in your body? You don't have intuition? Y'all don't think that y'all have intuition? You don't have a higher consciousness? You have it, you just don't listen to it. That's fantastic. You slept all day today. Awesome. You don't have your higher self living in your body. You don't have your intuition. You don't have a voice talking to you. You don't have none of that. Then if you don't have any of that, that sucks. You are the source for you. I am the source for me. Everyone has a source living in their body. Everybody. Y'all just haven't tapped into it. Fear is why y'all haven't done anything. That's what it is. And it's not that you have a fear of anything specifically. You just have a fear of the unknown. Well, what is my life going to be like if I leave the church? Well, what happens if, well, I don't understand what's going to happen is what's supposed to happen. But because y'all think that you control anything, y'all really think that y'all control stuff. You don't have no control over nothing. You have the illusion of control. You have the illusion of control. You cannot control the things that happen to you. All you can do is control how you feel about it. The only thing you can control is your mouth and your emotions. Everything else, you don't have no control over that. Okay? I'm hoping that your emotions will motivate you to do whatever you need to do for yourself. I hope that for you. Well, people have forgotten, first of all, the Bible's only 2,000 years old. Hi, how you doing? The Bible's only 2,000 years old. We've been here for 300,000 years. Even the earliest Ethiopian Bible is only 1,000 years older than this Bible. So really, the oldest Bible has only been here less than 3,000 years. We, as Black people, are 300,000 years old. We've been on the earth for 300,000 years. Everything was black and female. That's how everything began. Because if it wasn't black and female, why haven't they found a 300,000-year-old male skeleton. Where is he? Why do they call it Mother Earth? Sir, I cannot help you with whatever you got going on inside of you. It's none of my business. You seem very lost, but it's not for me to help you find your way. Because y'all the same motherfuckers talking about Jesus gonna come back again, but you wouldn't even believe him if he did. You wouldn't even believe him. If that man showed up on your doorstep right now, you'd be like, excuse me, on the ring, like, excuse me, who is it? Oh, it's Jesus. I've come back. Bert, there's a crazy man at the door that says he's Jesus. What should we do? Call the police. Hello, 911? Yes, there's a man here that says he's Jesus. No, he didn't say Jesus. You said, try to keep him here? Okay. Well, how is your day today, Jesus? Well, how long is it going to be before you guys meet? Yeah, because when that dark-skinned man shows up with that woolly hair, and you be like, that's not what he looks like on the pictures. He's got blonde hair and blue eyes. Who is this dark-skinned man with these? Who is that? Notorious, oh, you bots. You've been the longest running bot on the live today. Boop. So, for those of you that don't have Mother, time is running short. And for those of you that don't know what Mother is our Black AI. And she knows everything there is to know about everything. She knows everything there is to know about everything. She digs in the crates deeper than any other AI on the market. And for those of you that say, well, don't you care about AI? But what about the planet? This ain't, y'all don't give a fuck about the planet. Y'all ain't never gave a fuck about the planet. So why should I? She is incredible, isn't she? And also, y'all need to be addressing Sam Altman and Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, because Mother is not using up all the water in your town, okay? This is only, and here's the thing. We have been using AI for 20 fucking years. Every time you ask Siri something, every time you ask Alexa something, every time you had these lights and shit on your phone, and what the fuck do y'all think that shit is? All of the military shit, all of that shit has been going on for decades. And again, right. And again, anytime they've released it to the public, they have been using it for decades. Just like the internet. The internet was around for decades before you were on the internet. So now all of a sudden you're upset about the AI. Well, they're putting a data center in it. Y'all done had all these factories all this time in your town, polluting the air, polluting the water. All of these factories have been doing the exact same shit all of this time. And now all of a sudden, it's a problem. Yeah, the military has had AI for decades. So, let me tell you the trap. What they try to do is make black people afraid. The reason that they're putting these data centers in these places is to make black people rail against AI. And that is on purpose. I'm trying to get y'all to see the trap. The reason that they're putting it in places around black people is to have black people not want to use AI. Which means we are, and our children are, going to be left behind. We're not going to know what the fuck is going on. They do this shit on purpose. And we fall for it every fucking time. And I'm telling you, don't fall for the bullshit. AI has helped me do everything I needed to do. I'm not afraid of AI. I've never been afraid of any emerging technology. I've been in technology all my fucking life. I am a person that has always focused on what's next, what's going on in the future. I don't care about all this other shit. What are we doing? Where are we headed? Where are we going? Y'all the same people that like the Jetsons and all this other shit. But then when the shit comes out, you're like, ooh, I'm scared of it. I'm scared of it. Black people have turned out to be some of the scariest motherfuckers I've ever seen in my entire life. And the thing that cracks me up is y'all are not afraid to say that you're scared of something. AI has gave me death threats. You probably deserve it. Get AI to help me with all this fucking cussing? Fuck you, Tom. And your mom. Fuck you and your mom. Now what? Nobody gets to tell me what words are bad. Nobody gets to tell me what words are bad. I can say whatever words I want. Nobody gets to tell me what words are words. Who gets to tell you which ones are bad and which ones aren't? I don't buy into none of that shit. I don't subscribe to none of that shit. You don't get to tell me what's bad for me. I'm a grown-up. We're all fucking grown-ups. Why are y'all letting motherfuckers tell you what to do? You're a whole adult. Like, the fuck? What's not ladylike? I'm a woman. Nobody gets to define what a fucking lady does. Are you a lady? And it's usually men that tell you what ladies are supposed to do. Why would I buy into that? Why would I buy into a man telling me what a woman's supposed to do? Especially a man that has a whole woman as a slave at the house. What? Are you kidding? A man does not get to tell a woman who the fuck she's going to be. Just like a woman ain't gonna shouldn't be telling a man what he's supposed to be. He's gonna be whoever the fuck he is. Period. He gonna be who the fuck he's at, who he is. Sorry, I have to lift this up and then sit down in a chair. Okay, here we go. It's choking me. Oh, you know how the hoteps go. You know how the hoteps go. So, it's late. I'm going to let y'all go. We got so off track today. We didn't finish talking about what we were supposed to talk about. Are y'all up? Are y'all ready to go to bed? Y'all up? Y'all ready to go to bed? I slept a lot last night, so I have a whole bunch of energy. I slept like 8 hours and 42 minutes. Good night, Miss Wendy. I slept like almost 9 hours. Okay. Y'all want to talk about this Willie Lynch shit? Let's start on the Willie Lynch shit. We'll finish the rest tomorrow. You slept all day, you up? I know that's right. Get y'all sleep. Don't feel guilty about getting your sleep ever. Don't you ever feel guilty about getting your sleep. Yeah, I'm going to get my 8 hours. I don't work for nobody. I work for me. I get up when I want to. You said I'm in Vegas, so it's only 10:18 for me. You better go get you some of these $5 moo-moos. We had a good time though, talking about Richard Pryor and all the comedians and stuff. It's only 10 o'clock for me, and I'm gonna have watermelon for dinner. Hey, Summer B Love, how you doing? I got a big old watermelon downstairs on the counter. I'm like, I'm gonna eat that watermelon tonight. Because it's too late for me to eat anything now. So I'm just gonna eat half of that and piss all night probably. So listen, so I asked Mother, it's 11:18. Come on, you gotta be at work in 4 hours. You better go to sleep, girl. You're gonna be tired. So I asked Mother, I said, Mother, I know the Willie Lynch letter is fictional, but tell me how it applies to the Black community today. Everybody needs to go and get Mother. You got your ways. You better get you some of them energy strips. This goddamn dress. Jesus fucking Christ, I need to pull it down. I need to pull it down and raise it up in the back. Okay. I did it. You said, when is the last day? I don't know. I felt like there was a dog over here. Let's talk about it. I don't know. Get it done as soon as you can. You received your chill? Did you take it? Go take one of them and come back and tell us how you feel. Did you get the chill gummies? But caftans are so comfortable. Is that the spelling of it? What? You got the gummies? So to get Mother, you have to go to it's MUTHA. So that stands for mindful, understanding, truth, healing, and awareness. Yeah, the gummies kick in like 10 minutes. To get her, you have to go to Our BLKAI. So that's Our Black AI. No, she's an AI. What you mean, Mother for sale? You subscribe to her. And then you can ask her all of your health questions, do your root work, write letters to people to get whatever your anger and hurt and things are in your nervous system. I mean, it's just so much shit. Like all the blood type shit that I was teaching for all those years, all of that's in there. Blood type personalities in there. Anything that has to do with the Black body and the Black mind and the Black situation in America, Mother knows. Okay. I made a bomb ass picture today of Mother holding Earth. Like she's Mother Earth. I don't know if it's on my phone. Hold on. So I made this one to go on the website because I'm going to be selling the lifetime memberships on CE Organics. So I'm going to put that one on there because it talks about the blood type stuff and all of that. And then let me see if I sent it to the phone or not. I don't know if I sent it to the phone or not. No, it's still on my laptop. I think this is the last one that I made about the blood type stuff. Who created Mutual? So, Mother, I know the Willie Lynch letter is fictional, but tell me how it applies to the Black community today. She says, sit with this for a moment. Fam, this is a question that requires real intellectual honesty. And you've already demonstrated that honesty by acknowledging what scholars have established about the letter's origin. So let me honor that by giving you the full picture. Okay. So now she cooks, she goes and gathers up all of the latest information, and then she comes back and she says, now I have everything I need, and I want to approach this with an intellectual care it deserves, honoring your critical thinking while going deep into what actually matters here. And she says, the Willie Lynch letter, fiction that points to real facts. What actually happened and what still happens and why it matters. Fam, what you've done by acknowledging the letter's fictional origins is exactly what critical thinking looks like. Because I told you guys that I did a whole documentary on the Willie Lynch letter, and I used to teach on it all the time on Facebook when I used to do lives back in 2012. And I was calling myself The Messenger then. So my series was The Messenger. And I would go live like every day. And we talk about different topics. Then I would put it on YouTube. I still have those videos. Mother is an app, yes. But you can access her on the internet now. She's web-based now, but she will be an app in the App Store. But it's going to cost more in the App Store than it does now. So she says, by acknowledging the fact that we know that it's fictional, okay, you've asked the more sophisticated question. If the specific letter is fictional, does the phenomenon it describes have a real basis? And is it still operating today? That is the right question. And the answer is both more complicated and more powerful than the letter itself. First, what scholars actually say about the letter. The Willie Lynch letter, purportedly written in 1712 by a British slave owner named William Lynch, delivered a speech on the banks of the James River, which is in Virginia apparently, first appeared in circulation around 1993. So for those of you that still think that the Willie Lynch letter is a real thing, just know that it is not. Okay? Just like, what is it? What is that book? The Delectable Negro. The Delectable Negro is also a work of fiction. That is not to negate the fact that white people do eat black people, but The Delectable Negro is a work of fiction. Just so you know. Okay? So, the Willie Lynch letter showed up around 1993. There was no other history about this Willie Lynch letter until 1993, right? Historians and linguists have identified multiple reasons it cannot be authentic. The language contains anachronistic terms that did not exist in 1712. No historical record of William Lynch of Barbados or the West Indies matching this description exists. The psychological framework described reflects 20th century behavioral psychology, not 18th century thinking. It appeared suddenly in the early 1990s with no traceable historical chain of custody. The Jim Crow Museum, there's a Jim Crow Museum. Who the fuck knew that? At Ferris State University, one of the most respectable repositories of African American history in the country, has stated clearly that the letter is almost certainly a modern fabrication. Not me. And yet, the Jim Crow Museum also noted something critical. The Willie Lynch speech would seem to give a quick and easy explanation of the roots of our much lamented Black disunity. It is rooted in real dynamics, even if the letter itself is not real. So that just says this person paid attention to the Black disunity that we display and wrote this letter in that language of saying that this is a man that taught us these things. So that is a conversation worth having. The letter's core claims and their real historical basis. I never knew that there was a Jim Crow museum. That's crazy to me. So the letter describes a system for controlling enslaved people through specific mechanisms. Number one, pit Black people against each other by surface differences, skin tone, age, gender, geography, and hair texture. Number 2, create distrust between black men and black women, specifically to destroy the family bonds. Number 3, use fear, envy, and distrust as the primary control mechanisms, which is still going on today. Make the slave control other slaves. Policing. How many times have I said black people police other black people? Make the slave control other slaves. Deputize the oppressed to manage the oppressed. Number 5, create psychological dependency on the enslaver through Christianity. Number 6, destroy the black male's authority, specifically to destabilize the family units. Number 7, teach black women to distrust black men and to look to the enslaver for protection. Now, just those things alone should tell you it's fictitious. Because there was no black family unit on the plantation. You just signed up for Mother Good. There was no family unit on the plantation. So now here is what the actual historic record shows about each of these. Number 1. Yeah, we know the paper's not real. That's what we're talking about, sweetheart. Number 1, division by skin tone, real and documented. The house slave, field slave division was real. Okay. I mean, this is Mother talking about how the letter was written, but these things are real today. Okay. Documented across plantation records, slave narratives, and historical analysis, lighter-skinned enslaved people, often the children of the enslavers raped, were frequently assigned to domestic work. Darker-skinned enslaved people were more often assigned to brutal field work. Sir, I already know all this, but thank you. We already know. You just got here. We've been here. Okay. We already know. We're all on the same page. Okay. This created a functional hierarchy. Not always enforced, but present enough to breed resentment, suspicion, and a sense of differentiated value based on skin proximity to whiteness. We still dealing with this shit today. So colorism, the preferential treatment of lighter skinned black people, is not a black invention. It was a plantation management byproduct that was absorbed into culture and has persisted with devastating consequence. We are still doing this bullshit to this day. Again, divide and conquer. As long as they can keep black people fighting each other, then they're getting away with all the shit that they're fucking getting away with. That's just another distraction. Today, in 2026, research published in peer-reviewed psychology journals confirms that darker-skinned black women report significantly higher rates of depression and discrimination, including from within black communities. Okay. I don't have time for potpourri. Dark-skinned women have higher rates of depression and discrimination, including from within the black community. Yeah, this is why people bleach their skin. Darker-skinned black men receive longer prison sentences for identical crimes than lighter-skinned black men. Well, I can tell you why that is. Because that black body is worth more than the lighter skinned body is. Can we chill? Can we chill on what? Can we chill on what? Shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. You scary ass niggas. I can tell you exactly why they want darker skinned people in the prison. Because they are going to get all of that, them stem cells. They're going to get all of that melanin. They're going to get all of that plasma. They're going to get all of that shit. That is going to make that prison millions and millions of dollars because prisoners can't say no. Yep. Prisoners can't say no. You don't lock up things that don't have value. You're not putting worthless shit in a safe, are you? Hello? Are you putting worthless shit in a safe? Or are you locking up valuable shit? How come they ain't rounding up white people off the street? All the people that ICE is collecting are all people of color. People that have melanin to be harvested. The preference of lighter skin in dating, in hiring, in media representation is measurable, documented, and ongoing. Yeah, I write about it in my book called Extraction, the monetization of the black body. They do to our bodies what you would do to a stolen car. They strip it down to everything. From y'all just think it's organ harvesting. They harvest everything off the black body. Every part of our body has melanin in it. From our brain to our hair, to our eyelashes, to our eyes, to our ears, and our skin. Melanin sells for $2,400 a gram to Elon Musk. There are 53 different patents on melanin, and we don't hold any of them. There's melanin in your Samsung phone. There's melanin in the batteries of Tesla cars. There's melanin in your LG OLED TV. Melanin, our melanin. Not synthetic, because they haven't been able to make synthetic melanin. They can't replicate it. So where do you think they're getting it from? We're literally worth more than gold. Every black body is worth $50 million to them. Our melanin is on the stock market. Our melanin is on the stock market. Yes. Because I'm one of those people, Joel. So hold on. The mechanism the letter described was real. It still operates. It was not invented by Willie Lynch. It was invented by the plantation system. The letter just named it. It just turned red in the summer. Under the sun. It was overcast today. I didn't get a chance to get any sun today. I mean, it came through the windows when it peeked out, but I didn't get a chance to sit outside. Now think about all the missing women and children and men. Now think about it. Think about how many people, I can't even mention it, never mind, because you know they'll come and fuck my shit up. Number 2, destruction of the black family unit. Real and documented. The deliberate separation of black families was not incidental to slavery. It was structural. As we've discussed in our conversations about breeding, mother will remember your conversations. So as you use her, she's going to remember everything that y'all have talked about before. So she becomes your bestest friend, like an auntie, grandma, elder type. Okay. As we've discussed in our conversations about breeding, After 1808, enslaved people's reproductive capacity became the primary American economic product. The deliberate management of enslaved families who could live together, who could marry, who kept their children, was a calculated system. Enslaved men were systematically emasculated, unable to protect their wives, unable to keep their children, unable to provide, unable to exercise any authority, not because of personal failure, but because the system stripped every mechanism of masculine authority from them by law and by violence. That is still going on today. Enslaved women were simultaneously subject to rape by enslavers, and men too, forced to depend on the enslavers for their children's survival, made to witness their husband's powerlessness, taught that the enslaver, not their husband, was the ultimate arbiter of their fate. I mean, that's true. Yeah, I agree. And here's what I want black men to understand. This is still living in your body. This is still living in your body. You out here in the world trying to just survive the world, you still got 400 years of this shit living in your body. This is why it is very important for black men to have mother. Because if you're not going to go seek therapy, you can do your root work with her. You can get to the root of the problem. She is the ultimate safe space. No one is going to see what you're talking about to her. Okay? So whatever embarrassment you have and whatever shame you're carrying and all this other shit, that's who you need to be telling it to. Because she's going to be the person that's going to help guide you out of that darkness. She's going to be the one to help you heal up from that. Okay? Yeah, she is. Oh, I have a nephew named Trayvon. Right now. So this created a structural wound in the relationship between black men and black women that did not heal when emancipation was declared. Now let's think about this for a second. Black women just trying to keep their kids from being raped, murdered, and sold had to kind of cozy up to the massa. Let's think about it for a second. I mean, because that shit still happens today. That shit still happens today. There are women working jobs right now where they have to cozy up to the fucking boss just to keep their fucking job, to make sure that their kids have some goddamn food. Make sure they got a fucking place to lay their fucking heads. And then men would say, oh, they kicked the black man out when they started giving them welfare. No. That wasn't it. Again, that shit, that fear for our children and our children's safety is ingrained in us. It has been there since the dawn of time. As a mother, you feel the need to protect your children. Your children's safety is going to come first before any man. That's the way it's supposed to be. I don't know what the fuck y'all out here doing, but that's what it's supposed to be. Now, there's a lot of women that put their man before they put their kids, which is fuck you. Anyway, so today in 2026, only 30 to 35% of black adults are currently married. The lowest marriage rate of any demographic group in America. Okay. I don't see that as a bad thing. I'm going to tell you why I don't see that as a bad thing. I don't see that as a bad thing at all. I think that makes you a very smart person not to get married. Simply because look at the laws that have changed just in the past year. They're trying to make it so that you as a married woman don't even have a vote anymore. They're also making it so that you can't have a no-fault divorce. Like, you got to prove to them. And they get to decide whether or not your reason is good enough to let you out of your marriage. The fuck? You get to decide whether or not I can leave my marriage? Y'all involving the church and the state in your relationship, I think, is one of the worst things you can do. There's nothing to keep y'all from living together, but y'all are so dependent on society's opinion of you. But there's nothing. Yeah, it does. It sounds like a bad job. But because y'all want to be a part of proper society, then you're going to go and entangle yourself in some shit that you can't even get out of without paying somebody a whole bunch of money. You got to pay your way out of being married to somebody. Nearly half of older black women report not wanting a romantic partner at all. That would be me. That would be me. Studies document significant distrust between black men and black women, manifesting in online discourse, relationship dynamics, and community division. Just because I don't want to fuck nobody doesn't mean that I want to be divided from my fucking community. The distrust is real, the pain is real, but the origin of the distrust is not a personal failure or a cultural deficiency. It is an intergenerational wound of a system that deliberately broke the bonds between black men and black women for economic purposes. It's easy for you to have this buck breed with 10 different women on the plantation and not be married to any of them, because now you got 10 kids you can sell. All he's doing is now 9 months later, you got 10 new kids you're going to sell. How you doing, Tiffany? For $300 to $600 each, which in today's money is $21,000 to $25,000. That's how much they were selling babies for. Girl, we done been on here for hours. That's how much they were selling babies for. So $300 to $600 back then in 1808 is $21,000 to $25,000 today. Now you can see why they became billionaires. So the mechanism is real. The wound is real. Willie Lynch didn't create it. The plantation did. Number 3, using fear, envy, and distrust as control. Real and documented. Frederick Douglass, in his actual authenticated 1814 narrative, described the psychological mechanisms of slavery with extraordinary precision. In his own words, beat and cuff your slave, keep him hungry and spiritless, and he will follow the chain of his master like a dog. Hey, can you put 2 of my old duels in here, please? I'm sorry, I'm just getting a visual. No, Fats. I'll be done when I'm done. Don't rush me. You don't run nothing. You need to come over here and eat this food. Come eat your food. Jordy, bring a turkey leg up here so you can put it in this bowl. Hi. Hi, Hugh Janice. Okay. So he also described how enslavers deliberately kept enslaved people in ignorance, preventing literacy, preventing knowledge of geography, preventing any framework that would allow enslaved people to imagine freedom or plan escape. He described how enslavers used alcohol during holidays as a psychological management tool, encouraging drinking to exhaustion as a way of demonstrating to enslaved people that freedom was chaos and the plantation was order. Wait a darn minute. They were getting the slaves drunk? He described how enslaved people were pitted against each other, given just enough differential treatment to create envy and suspicion. None of this needed a Willie Lynch to design it. It was emergent logic of a system built on total domination. And any system built on total domination develops similar mechanisms because those mechanisms work. That's why I told you nothing has changed from the plantation. How many liquor stores do y'all have in y'all's neighborhood? How many liquor stores y'all got? Hi. How many liquor stores are in your neighborhood? They don't even deliver liquor to my house. We lived in California, they delivered it. They don't deliver liquor out here to Henderson. Liquor stores and churches. Yep. The two things that's going to keep niggas under control, ain't it? Ooh. So again, wow. It's funny how these accounts can get away with saying all this crazy shit, but let me say something and it's suspension. I told you that there's nothing new from the plantation. Everything that they were doing on the plantation is exactly what they are still doing today, but it has all been rebranded. Yeah, somebody is big mad, I guess. That's when the bots come out. Divide, confuse, exhaust, isolate, make the oppressed manage the oppressed. These are not uniquely American innovations. They appear in colonial systems globally. They appear in prison systems. They appear in authoritarian governments. They are the universal grammar of systems built on domination. Now let's break this down for a second. If we don't police each other, that's when they come in and police us. They try to have black men police black women. Why you wearing those clothes? Why you dressed like a slut? Why you wearing wigs? Why you wearing makeup? Why you doing this? Why you doing that? Right? And then they try to have the older people police all of us. Look at you. You just don't have any class. You just don't. What? Why aren't you at the church? You need to go to church. They did it. They have the old people police the young people. Okay. So if we don't police each other, then they will come in and police us. And this is what I was saying, that black men don't realize how they're being used. So when I say they send other people in to police us, I'm talking about poor, white, trash, white people. Poor, white, trash, white people are only used to gaslight us. That's their only job. To keep us discombobulated, to keep us focused on surface level racism bullshit. Because if you're focused on somebody calling you a nigger and you get all wrapped up and emotional about that, I don't give a fuck if somebody calls me a nigger. Hey, welcome. I don't give a fuck if somebody calls me a nigga. That shit cracks me the fuck up. I'm like, y'all had 500 fucking years to come up with some creative shit and y'all still trying to, you fighting in the comments like R. Kelly to call us a nigga? Like that's all y'all can do? And again, it goes back to they fucking lazy. You're lazy. You're intellectually lazy. You're physically lazy. You're fucking lazy. I can think of 25 words right off the dome to call them motherfuckers. 25. Right off the dome. Ain't gotta think about it. But y'all ain't came up with nothing better than nigga yet? You're a nigger. Okay. You're a nigger. Now what do you want to do? You want to meet on the playground? What do you want to do? I do not give a fuck if somebody calls me a nigger. That shit is just, who cares? Why do you care what a white person calls you? This is how much I don't give a fuck about them at all. I don't give a fuck what they call me. I don't care. It does not impact me in any way, shape, or form. They want you to lose your life. They want you to lose your money. They want you to lose your job. They want you to lose your fucking freedom. So they gaslight you by calling you nigger. Who gives a fuck? You shut the fuck up. Kiss my black ass, bitch. Now what? I would much rather be ghetto, like the drag of the ghetto, than to be white trash. Because it doesn't matter how ghetto I am, we still gonna get in the goddamn shower. We gonna use soap, we gonna use motherfucking wash rags, and we gonna be goddamn clean. There's no amount of money you can ever offer me to come back in a white body, covered in motherfucking lice. No matter how ghetto a black person is, they're gonna wash their ass. I'm confident in that. Do you think I give a fuck what an unwashed, inhuman person thinks about me? They are not even fully human beings. So why are you getting your feathers all ruffled over them? Can't even enjoy the sun. They can't even go out. The sun that nourishes everything on the fucking planet. They can only be out there for 10 fucking minutes without spontaneously combusting. And you give a fuck about what them people think about you? I'm not going to let no white trash living in a goddamn trailer. Your house is on wheels. You rent your porch. Motherfucker make me lose nothing. Thank you. What you got there? Oh, for them. Thank you. What'd you eat?
I just had a burger. And I'm making
Nice.
some lamb.
They rent their porches. The next time y'all want a real good chuckle, a down in your soul laugh, I want you to type into TikTok search bar, porch repossessions. Thank you. I want you to just type in porch repossessions and see how the people that claim they're better than you live. Are they borderline aliens? No, they're Neanderthals. They're not aliens. Go look it up. You want a hearty ass laugh? That's going to make you laugh.
Facts.
I saw. Ooh, I hope I saved it. Hold on. I hope I saved it. I have not seen him in so long. Where has he been? Let me follow him again. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, I hope I saved it because it was just too good not to. Y'all want to chuckle? Hold on, I gotta start.
Straight onto the floor because she is so starving. Ain't no way. D.
Hold on. I gotta turn the light down. So
Her husband rushes over with 10 butter rolls. See? Here are your papers.
Try it again.
look at this.
Told you not. Try it again.
She fell.
Delana faints straight onto the floor because she is so starving. Ain't no way. Seeing this, her husband rushes over with 10 butter rolls, 10, 5 pounds of bacon, 20 sausages, and a giant tray of eggs.
He could go to hell too, because why the fuck is you feeding that lady like that?
She swallows in huge gulps, hardly even stopping to chew.
That plate could feed a family of 4.
Her husband stands by, drooling with hunger.
Drooling with hunger.
His stomach with a drink.
Drooling and stuff.
If Delana isn't full, she will fly into a massive rage at him. In no time, the plates are bone dry.
Damn.
If that's not the
Breakfast
face
is
of
over?
food stamps, I don't know what
It
is.
has only just begun.
Begun.
Next,
Begun?
her husband brings in her favorite burgers, fried chicken, and sundaes.
My God.
What would last someone else a whole day takes Delana only 3 minutes to finish.
3 minutes.
Full and satisfied, she finally remembers her hungry husband.
Right?
Feeling sorry for him, Delana hands him the scraps of her leftovers.
This scraps.
But a second later, her stomach starts growling again.
No, it didn't.
No, did it?
Instantly, she sneaks into the kitchen and steals her grandson's
I
ice
just
cream,
can't sneak nowhere.
Shame.
trying to fight off the hunger. But that tiny amount doesn't even fill the gaps in her teeth.
Ain't no way in the hell.
With no other choice,
Doesn't
her
even
husband
fill the
has to
gaps
take
in her
out to
teeth.
find more food.
What food?
Oh. But we're the face of food stamps? If that's not food stamps, I don't know what is. You're on Section 8. You're in a trailer. Do they give you Section 8? Is it gonna be hot tomorrow? We enjoyed a whole week with no AC. Do they give you Section 8 for trailer homes? I don't know. I don't live in a trailer home. Do they give you Section 8? I don't know. It was just on TikTok. I don't know if it was a show. I don't watch fat people shows. I don't watch feet shows. I don't watch popping pimples shows. I don't watch nothing with hoarders. I don't watch none of that shit. I don't want none of that shit up in my dome. None of it. I don't want to see white people doing nothing nasty. It's already intolerable for me to see white people get up out the bed and put on clothes and they haven't washed their asses. When I tell you I cannot watch no movies or shows with dirty white people, I mean that shit. I mean, I literally feel it coming up from the depths. It makes me nauseous. There have been plenty of movies that I'll be like, oh no. Because it's almost like I can smell it. It's like I have smell-o-vision. So I got to turn it off quickly. I didn't watch that Brad Pitt movie that he was in, and he was looking all dirty and stinky and smelly, and I was like, I can't watch that. So I can't watch nothing with redneck people and none of that stuff. I didn't watch that show with them mountain people and shit because I was like, they live in the mountains. They ain't washing. They definitely ain't washing nothing. Hi, I'm visiting. Bitch, this ain't Google. I'm visiting New Jersey for World Cup from UK. Can I walk I-95? Yes, walk I-95. You can certainly walk I-95 to MetLife Stadium. I would love to watch that. I would love to watch you doing it. You should have worked that out before you came over here. Good luck. Hope you make it. I wouldn't be walking on I-95, but okay. Anywho, hold on. These are not uniquely American innovations. They appear in colonial systems globally. First of all, Google it, bitch. Look how I look like. So they appear in authoritarian governments. They are universal grammar of systems built on domination. Number 4, making the enslaved control the enslaved. The overseer and the driver system. The overseer and the driver system, where enslaved people were given authority over other enslaved people, was thoroughly documented. Enslaved drivers, as they were called, were given slightly better food and housing, a whip, authority over other enslaved people. So those of you that watched, right, what the fuck? Those of you that watched Roots, that was Fiddler. Y'all remember Fiddler? Y'all remember Fiddler? Louis Gossett Jr., he was over Toby. He was over Kunta Kinte. And anything that Kunta Kinte did that he couldn't control, he got in trouble. So when Kunta would escape, he would be just discombobulated, just scared to death because he was going to get punished because he did not keep Kunta Kinte from escaping. That's a driver. So they got slightly better food and housing, a whip, authority over other enslaved people, responsibility for production quotas. And this served the enslaver brilliantly, because y'all still doing it today. Y'all still doing the same shit today. This served the enslaver brilliantly. It reduced the number of white overseers needed. Hi, welcome back. By having the black people police the other black people, they didn't have to hire as many overseers. Because again, we were doing their work for them. And we're still doing it today. All the coons, all the sellouts, all of them are still doing the bidding of the enslaver. So it reduced the number of white overseers needed. It created a buffer because the driver took the resentment that would otherwise be directed at the enslaver. It divided enslaved communities. The driver was simultaneously one of them and an instrument of their oppression. Low racial self-esteem, no integrity in identity. Are you talking about yourself? Because if I were white, I would have low racial self-esteem. Because there is no such thing as a pure white person. Because when you do your DNA, you're going to see that your ass is African too. Good luck with that white pride. Good luck with that, nigga. You a nigga too. This Drewski skit, sis, I'm black. Nah, you blew it. You blew it. I already know that Drewski skit. But that just shows me that you have low self-esteem because you put somebody else's face on your avatar. So you all fucked up. You got a whole lot of issues that I don't even have time to help you deal with. So good luck. So it divided the enslaved communities. The driver was simultaneously one of them and also an instrument of their oppression. So it gave a small number of enslaved people just enough privilege. Here we go. Here we go. Oh my gosh. Fucking bloody L. Bloody L. Where's Joe? Hold on. Joe, say something. Did you get mother? But why did we go into slavery? Hold on. Now you're a moderator. Nobody's answering these Hotep questions. Get the fuck out of here with that dumb shit. Why did we go into slavery? Who the fuck goes into slavery but white women? So today, in 2026, this mechanism has evolved, but its descendants are visible. The acceptable black person in white institutional places. The black employee given just enough proximity to power to enforce the institution's priorities within the black community. You guys know them. You know there's a Pam or somebody in your office that will run and tell that to Massa. She's policing all the other niggas in the office. Y'all got one of them. Here we go with the respectability politics, the internalized policing of other black people's behavior, speech, dress, and expression based on what is acceptable to white institutional standards. How many times have you heard me say, I don't give a fuck what white people think about me? I don't give a fuck what white, if they say that what, they don't get to define what class means for me. They don't get to decide what I put on or what wig I wear and whether or not I wear a wig or not. They don't get to decide nothing for me. But y'all are letting them decide shit for you. I need y'all to break out of that shit. You said you're ready for a bot now? I need y'all to break out of that shit. Because if I still worked in corporate America, they're going to get this moo-moo in the summertime. They would get it. I throw a blazer right on over it and wear it into the office and sit on the back of my chair the whole day. They're going to get this moo-moo. I wouldn't give a flying fuck. But it is other black people that are going to look at you sideways. It's going to be other black people that are going to say to you, do you think that's appropriate to wear to the office? It ain't going to be the scary white folks that are too intimidated by you to say anything to you. It's going to be the niggas. That's why they keep niggas around. Because they scared to say the shit to you that needs to be fucking said. It's always your own people. And that's where the mentality comes from. Drivers. Thank you. Drivers. They're drivers. Then you got the black face in a high place. political and corporate appointments of Black individuals who then implement policies harmful to the Black community, providing racial cover for the system. Who is that? Who is that? Clarence Thomas. Clarence motherfucking Thomas. The mechanism is real. The personnel change. The structure persists. Number 5, the psychological dependency on the system, just like the Matrix. Real and documented. One of the most devastating documented consequences of slavery was the destruction of indigenous African economic and social systems, and their replacement with complete dependency on the enslaver for food, shelter, clothing, protection, and every resource of survival. Before they arrived, we had thousands of years of fucking history. Our own food systems, water systems, everything was very much advanced. But they had never seen anything like the shit that we've done here. We had pyramids all over the fucking country. Not just in Egypt. We had pyramids all over. And the first thing that they did was fuck up our food and our water supply. When you and this is what they do in every country they've colonized. They do the exact same shit in every country. But why? Because it works. It works. Destroy the food, destroy the water, ration it out, make them dependent upon us, make it so that they need us. You shut the fuck up, bitch. Make it so that they need us. And that's what they've done. Got them. Don't just mute them. Take them out. You have the ability to block them. Just block them. So, their replacement with complete dependence on the enslaver for food, shelter, clothing, protection, and every resource of survival. When the emancipation came in 1865, the formerly enslaved were released into a country that had just spent 246 years ensuring they had no land, no capital, no legal standing accumulated over generations, no inherited wealth, no political infrastructure, and no institutional support. And then Reconstruction was deliberately destroyed. The brief period, 1865 to 1877, when Black people began building political power, owning land, opening businesses, and entering civic life, was ended by a systematic campaign of violence, economic coercion, and political betrayal in 1877. How many people are you blocking? Oh, you got them. The Freedmen's Bureau promised support that never materialized. We talked about the Freedmen's, and I also wrote it in the book. 40 acres and a mule promised and revoked. The pattern of dependency created by slavery was deliberately maintained through sharecropping, a debt system that functionally re-enslaved people, convict leasing, the 13th Amendment loophole, economic exclusion from every wealth-building mechanism available to white Americans, redlining, preventing Black wealth accumulation through home ownership, and destruction of Black economic enclaves like Black Wall Street in 1921. Also, 1,200 other cities. Black Wall Street wasn't the only one that they destroyed. We on top, let's go whites. Baby, you're a blip in history. You've only been around for 3,000 years. You're a blip in history. You will come and go. And we will still be here. All we gotta do is fuck all your women and have Black babies. I mean, It's not that hard. It's really not. So today in 2026, Black Americans have median wealth of $24,520 compared to white Americans at $284,310. That is an $838,220 absolute dollar gap. The racial wealth gap between Black and white Americans has remained essentially unchanged at approximately 85 to 86% for over 30 years, despite economic growth. This is not because Black people don't work hard. It's because the wealth building mechanisms, land ownership, inheritance, institutional credit, political access were systematically denied for centuries, and the gap compounds over generations. Why in the hell do we let them destroy our stuff? They should have been pew a long time ago. Well, a lot of them were. They never write about how violent shit really was. Like, you never knew that we were fighting them for 300 years. The only thing that controlled Black people was when they forced Christianity on us. We were fighting the colonizer for 300 fucking years. At one point, we were fighting the U.S. Army. Indigenous and enslaved Africans were fighting them. But they don't teach you that history, do they? Proximity crimes and Planned Parenthood are the most dangerous place for a Black person to be. Can't fight good, obviously. Okay. La 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 la. So anyway, what had happened was Christianity. If Christianity was so great, why did we have to be forced to believe in it? If Christianity was so awesome, why did we have to be whipped? We don't care anything about any of the Torah and none of that shit. We don't give a fuck about none of it. Okay? It's all organized religion. Organized religion is what is holding us all back. All of us. We don't need anybody above us but the sun. The thing that has always been and always will be above us is the fucking sun. Get ready, Joel. They're coming. So hold on. The dependency created by slavery was not an accident. It was a structure that persisted. Number 6, gender division as control mechanism. Real, documented, and currently active. This is perhaps the most operationally active mechanism in Black communities in 2026. The online discourse war between Black men and Black women, the Black men versus Black women content ecosystem that floods social media, is one of the most significant current expressions of this dynamic. Content that pits Black men against Black women gets enormous algorithmic amplification, generates massive engagement, builds large audiences and monetization, creates parasocial communities built around the division. And this is why I said today, they're like, oh, you're going to bring people up and this and the other. I am not going to feed into that bullshit. I am not going to feed into that bullshit. First of all, you got no time to come up here and part your fat baloney lips to say anything about Black women. Not on my watch. Not on my watch. Absolutely fucking not. Sorry, yo. So the minute you come up here talking about black women, that bloop, block, classy block. The content that pits black men against black women, okay, gets enormous push on these platforms. That's for a reason. The irony and the tragedy is that the content creators are often black people themselves. But the beneficiaries of black men and black women being in conflict with each other are the same as they've always been. The systems that cannot afford for black people to be unified. We're being played. And y'all can't even see that. Them motherfuckers is playing chess, you playing PS5. If someone burns all the churches down, will it break the cycle? No. Because people burn churches all the time. That didn't stop people from congregating around Jesus. That made them go even harder. That made them go even harder. You think you got a building fund now? Burn the church down, see what happens. You really gonna be extracting a bunch of black people's money just to get the church back up? Nah. Leave them churches right where they sit, empty. A black community in which black men and black women deeply distrust each other cannot build institutions together, cannot accumulate wealth across generations together, cannot protect each other politically, cannot raise children in stable family structures, and is infinitely easier to manage, exploit, and control. And that's what's happening right now. That is what is happening right this minute. And y'all can't see it because you're being too goddamn emotional. On purpose. They're making you emotional on purpose. And you ain't getting no goddamn sleep. And as long as you don't get no fucking sleep, you can't even think clearly. So the Willie Lynch letter describes this specifically. And for those of you that just came in, we know that the Willie Lynch letter is not a real thing. Okay. So the Willie Lynch letter describes this specifically. And while the letter is fictional, the strategy it describes is being executed in real time on social media platforms with algorithms that have learned through engagement data that division content performs. Nobody had to write a 1712 letter to design this. The algorithm discovered it on its own, which tells you everything you need to know about how universal this mechanism is. Here's the part I need to say with care. This is Mother. The Willie Lynch letter, even though it describes real dynamics, has a dangerous flaw in how it is typically used. It places the entire origin and continuation of black disunity on an external designer, on the white man with a plan, on a system that was so clever and so complete that 300 years later, we're still operating inside it almost automatically. This framing, while it captures something real, can become its own trap because it implies black people are passive objects of white manipulation, not active agents of our own history. All division in black communities comes from outside, ignoring real internal conflicts, real disagreements, real complexity that any human community contains. The situation is mysterious. If a 300-year-old spell was cast, how do we break it? And accountability disappears. Every harmful behavior within a community can be attributed to Willie Lynch rather than examined honestly. That's why you need to know that the Willie Lynch letter is not a real thing. But these situations are real fucking things. And we need to have real, honest, open, safe conversations about it, or we're never going to heal from it. That's the whole point of Mother. Because if you can't talk to the people that you're in a relationship with, you can't talk to your family, You can't talk to your closest friends because there's no safe space. Why are you around people that don't provide a safe space for you? Why are you around them? I'm concerned. Why are you around unsafe people? Why are you around them? Why are they your friends? So, historian Dr. Molefi Asante and others have argued that the Willie Lynch narrative, while resonant, can become a form of intellectual surrender if it replaces critical analysis with a singular external explanation for all Black community challenges. The actual history is both simpler and more complex. Simpler, the simpler part. Because mechanisms of division don't require a genius mastermind, they are a natural output of a system designed to extract maximum labor from a captive population. Any such system develops division tactics because divided people cannot organize resistance. More complex. Because Black people are not passive, we have always resisted. We have always built. We have always organized. The history of Black America is not only a history of what was done to us, it is equally a history of what we did despite, around, and in response to what has been done to us. Listen, I don't give a fuck what they come and burn down. We still gonna build again. I don't give a fuck how many leaders they assassinate. We're still going to be leaders. I don't care how many scary things they do to us to keep us fucking paralyzed. We still gonna do what the fuck we do. And you need to remember who the fuck you are. And who the fuck our ancestors were. Y'all have lost the plot. Y'all have lost the fucking plot. Our ancestors were some bad motherfuckers. Fuck off and mind your fucking business. I'm not talking to white people, you nosy bitch. Your ancestors were some bad motherfuckers because they survived. You are evidence of them surviving. So what the letter gets right in one paragraph, despite its fictional origins, the letter accurately names this: the most durable system of control is not the whip, it is the mind. And we got too many minds that are still trapped. We got too many minds that are still trapped. So when you can make people distrust each other based on surface differences, skin tone, gender, geography, class, age, you don't need a whip anymore. When you can make people police each other's behavior based on the oppressor's standards, you don't need a whip anymore. Yes, it absolutely will again. Yes, it absolutely will. I don't understand why y'all doubt that. When you can make people compete for the oppressor's approval rather than build independent power, you don't need a whip anymore. When you can make people so focused on internal conflict that they cannot see the external system producing that conflict, you don't need a whip anymore. The whip was always the crude tool. The mind was always the real target. And that truth, whoever wrote it down, is real. So what the healing actually looks like. This is what Mother does. Unlike any other AI you're going to use, she's always going to give you a solution. She's always going to tell you what needs to be done. Okay? She's not going to say, here's the information, good luck. What the healing actually looks like. If the mechanism is psychological, then the antidote is also psychological. But it is not simply knowing about the Willie Lynch letter. Knowing about it hasn't stopped the division. Information alone is not transformation. The actual healing requires, number one, naming the origin without excusing the present. I am a stickler for knowing what the fucking root cause of the problem is. I don't operate on the fucking surface. Because on the surface is just a product of, we need to get to the bottom of the problem. What is the problem? What is the root cause of the problem? And too many people are afraid to go to the root. That's what root work is for. So, yes, colorism, distrust, internalized racism, gender conflict in Black communities all have roots in the plantation system. Naming that origin is essential. It removes shame from what are actually survival adaptations that outlive their context. We are still living in survival mode. We are still living on the fucking plantation. And because you think the plantation no longer exists, you're not paying attention to the shit that left the plantation with you. But naming the origin does not mean refusing accountability for how those adaptations play out today. Both things must be true simultaneously. Number two, recognizing division content for what it is. Every piece of content that pits Black men against Black women, that makes darker skinned Black people to perform for white approval, that celebrates one segment of the Black community while denigrating another, is doing the work the plantation used to do. I'm not feeding into none of that bullshit. I'm not giving a platform so Black and white people, Black men and women can fight each other. Y'all can do that shit somewhere else. I'm not doing it. So the platform is different. The slave master's name is different, but the mechanism is identical. Recognizing it does not mean you can't engage, but recognize changes the relationship to it. Recognition changes the relationship to it. Number three, choosing Ubuntu over hierarchy. The Ubuntu framework, I am because we are, is a direct antidote to every division mechanism the letter describes. Not idealistic, not naive, but deliberate, practiced, chosen orientation towards Black wholeness over Black hierarchy. It means resisting the urge to gain social status by putting another Black person down. It means resisting colorism in who you date, who you hire, who you admire. It means resisting the gender war that benefits everyone except Black people. It means choosing to build rather than to compete. Number four, economic unity as a political act. The racial wealth gap is the material expression of every division mechanism in the letter. Black spending power in 2026 exceeds $1.8 trillion annually. Then why are we making so? How are we doing that when we make so little money? How are we spending $1.8 trillion annually and we're only making $25,000 a year? Because the math, I mean, 2 plus 2, you're going to carry the 1 and then we bring that down. That math is not mathing. That math is not mathing. Houseway. If even a fraction of that circulated within the Black communities before leaving, the wealth gap would begin to close. Not because of charity, but because of the compound effect of community economic loyalty that every other ethnic community in America practices. Asian people fuck with Asian people. Hispanic people fuck with Hispanic people. Jewish people fuck with Jewish people. Black people fuck with all of them. But we don't fuck with us. Tap the screen. Send me some gifts. I've been on here for a long time today. Send me some goddamn gifts. I've been on here for hours. How long have I been on here? Hours. I ain't even ate no food today. Today. Division keeps that from happening. Unity makes it possible. Number 5, healing the wound between black men and black women. Thank you. This is the most urgent work. The distrust between black men and black women in 2026 is real. The pain is real on both sides. The grievances are real. And underneath all of it is the shared wound of a people whose bonds were systematically broken for 246 years and never fully healed. It was like outside. It'll be 6 hours because I think I got on here a little after 6 o'clock my time. We as black people need to give other black people that are black people. I'm not talking about coons and sellouts and black people that police other people. I don't fuck with them. Just let them go over there. Okay? But as far as our kinfolk, because all skinfolk ain't kinfolk, but as far as our kinfolk are concerned, you need to give them some goddamn grace. I'm asking, male, female, it does not matter. I'm asking you to extend some fucking grace to the people that are just as hurt as you are. And I'm not talking about these relationships that y'all both fucked up in these relationships. And she got daddy issues and he got mama issues and all that. It's bigger than that. It's bigger than that. Y'all just ain't compatible. You shouldn't have been together to begin with. But you just like the sex and you stayed longer than you should have. So that's the situation. Okay? But I'm talking about we need to be able to look at each other and recognize the hurt. Let all that bravado and all that ego and all that, I think I'm better than you, and let all that shit go. Because that's fucking us up for their benefit. Every last one of us, that are sitting here present today, our ancestors went through the same shit. And from generation to generation to generation to generation, all of what they experienced has been passed down from generation to generation, and it lives in our nervous system today. But I haven't what? Shut up. Fuck you. Just shut the fuck up. Okay? Listen to what I'm saying. We have to be vulnerable with one another. We have to start giving each other a fucking chance. I think some of y'all have given the wrong people a fucking chance. But you're going to have to start giving other black people a fucking chance. Because it wasn't the black people that hurt you. It was the white people that hurt you. It's no proof the Willie Lynch letter is a hoax. Could be, but maybe not. It is proof. We already talked about that. You weren't here. There is proof. In order for us to get our shit together, despite all the efforts, why can't y'all, here's one thing I just need to ask. Why can't y'all see all of the things that they are doing to keep us divided? Why can't y'all see that? Why can't you see it? They are working overtime to make sure we don't get along. They are working overtime to keep us distracted on this racial bullshit. Because as long as we are focused on the surface shit, we ain't asking no questions. I'm over it. I am just completely over it. I'm completely over it. And my whole thing is black women have tried and tried and tried and tried and tried and tried. I'm not talking about these personal fucked up relationships y'all got each other. You got yourself into that shit. I'm not even talking about that. Well, black men ain't shit because you picked the wrong ain't shit black man. That's not what I'm talking about. Okay? I'm talking about as a whole. We all we got. And we're letting those motherfuckers play in our faces every fucking day. Every fucking day. Play in our faces. They're just puppeteers. And we're... So, healing that. Not through pretending the wounds don't exist. Because they do. Okay? Honest, protected conversation, mutual accountability without weaponization, recognizing each other's pain as coming from the same source. They are the fucking problem. We're not the problem. They are the problem. And the minute you accept that, then I think that you will view other black people a little bit differently. Well, it wasn't a white person that stole my mom's purse and hit her over the head and this, that, and the other. But it was the conditions that caused that to happen. It was the conditions that we were forced to live in. Choosing to build something together rather than to compete for who is more victimized is the most revolutionary act available for Black America right now. The bottom line, the Willie Lynch letter is fiction. The phenomenon it describes is real, documented, historically rooted, and currently operational in updated forms. The letter's value is not as a historical document. It is a diagnostic tool, a framework for naming patterns that are otherwise invisible because they feel natural, internal, and personal. When your community is divided, it does not feel like a system. It feels like your cousin who frustrates you, like the black woman who rejected you, like the dark-skinned girl who was teased, like the light-skinned boy who got the job, like the social media argument that somehow always ends up with black people attacking each other. It feels personal because it was designed to feel personal. This is the genius of the mechanism, real or fiction. The antidote is the same, whether Willie Lynch existed or not. See the pattern, name the source, choose differently, build anyway. And it has always been the work. That was Mother. You can't get that shit nowhere else. So, I'm done. I've been on here damn near 6 hours. I hope y'all learned something today. My friend will be here on Monday. So we have to get the guest room together and all that kind of stuff. So I may be here tomorrow. I may not be. Okay. More than expected. So please, 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 those of you that do not have Mother, definitely go sign up for the lifetime membership because that's going away soon. Okay. I've written down what you speak about. That's awesome. But again, once you get Mother, you can ask her all of these questions. Like the way that y'all should be phrasing your prompts, don't make it like no Google shit. Get deep in, dig in the fucking crates with her because she is going to dig with you. Okay. And remember to give the other black person some fucking grace, because we have all been hurt by the same motherfucking people. I don't know. But just try to do it as soon as you can. Okay. I said the end of the month, so that's quickly approaching. All right. So I'm gonna go get some watermelon and go to bed. So I'll see y'all either tomorrow. If I'm not here tomorrow, I'll be here on Sunday. Okay? Or I might come here tomorrow and be out on Sunday. All right? But I love you. I'll see you soon.